Welcome, everybody. We're going to go ahead and get started here in a minute or so. Thanks for waiting. Know that there are copies of the amendments for AO 2021-91 up front here with Mr. Turner, and Mr. Turner will also have assembly member business cards available too that have contact information if you want to have further communications or conversations. I would like to call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Regular Assembly meeting of September 28, 2021, continued to October 4, 2021. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Weddleton.
Here.
Ms. Allard.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Ms. Kennedy.
Here.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Salatel.
Here.
Mr. Dunbar.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Constant, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay.
Ms. Quinn Davidson, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Constant?
I would just like to point out these two for shouting and making a disruption in the room. That's a warning.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Quinn Davidson, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Madam Chair. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Welcome back, everybody, for the continued public hearing of AO 2021-91. I'm going to go over a few things here, and then we'll go ahead and go straight to public testimony. First off, we want to hear from as many people as we can tonight. I'm asking for help from all of the members of the public and everyone here to create a climate of respect. Please keep signs to 8.5 by 11. Please refrain from personal attacks, direct comments to me or other people on the dais. Please remain quiet while others are speaking. Wait for your turn at the podium to speak. Respect the personal space of other people. Speak in an inside voice and refrain from shouting, clapping, pacing, and personal attacks. The noise can also interfere with the audio. It makes it harder for people to hear, especially on the phone, what other folks are saying. I also want to note that the Wilda Marston Theater is open and people can go there as well to watch the meeting. It's my job as chair to maintain order during the meetings. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. Again, we want to hear from as many people as possible this evening. I remind Assembly members that public testimony is a time for members of the public to speak. We want to be fair in allocating the same amount of time to each member of the public. I also ask that Assembly members keep their questions to members of the public brief and use them to get clarification from testifiers. The clerk is able to provide names of members of the public who speak if there are Assembly members who want to follow up with individuals. And again, as I mentioned, Mr. Turner over here will have Assembly member business cards available if members of the public need that contact information. Please keep in mind that the Assembly can't act upon an item until the public hearing is closed. No motions can be made to approve something or to postpone something indefinitely until it's closed. And again, copies of the amendments are available to members of the public. Thank you for being here tonight, and I do appreciate your participation in local government. When you come forward to testify, please state your name, your community council or area of the municipality in which you live. Please stay on topic. The proposed ordinance is not about vaccines or treatment. It's only about face masks. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments on the proposed amendments. That's very helpful to Assembly members. Also, if you could go ahead and address in your testimony how the proposed ordinance would affect you and your family, that would be helpful too. You'll have 3 minutes. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period, though oftentimes those questions will be addressed during the debate portion of the meeting. And again, thank you all for being here tonight. We'll go ahead and move directly into the public testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Denise Shelton. I'm in District 6. I'm a third-generation Alaskan. I thank you for the opportunity to share my views on the mask mandate. I also thank those who bravely come before me for the last few days, many for the first time ever in front of the Assembly like myself. If you're putting forward a mask mandate, please show us the science where they're beneficial. These are medical devices. Particles are very small. You can think of it like trying to stop a mosquito with a chain link fence. It is also in the air and can be lingering for 30 minutes. You will breathe in this virus. Your body will or has fought it off, as you do viruses and bacteria throughout your day. Boosting your immune system and prevention and providing early treatment is the answer. Low vitamin D is linked to more severe experiences with COVID. A study looked at 142,000 individuals in 7 Asian countries. They looked at the death rates with people with low vitamin D, and it correlated directly with more deaths with low vitamin D. Zinc, quercetin, and vitamin C are all relatively cheap supplements that support and prevent COVID as well. This is part of the Zelenko protocol. This man has saved over 6,000 Jewish folks in New York with this protocol. Ivermectin is a human medication. It won the Nobel Prize for curing river blindness. It's known as a miracle drug for the amount of viruses that it eliminated. It's been used around the world. There are 56 trials with ivermectin. 14 of them were prophylactic with an 86% improvement in cases. I want to thank Mayor Bronson for the monoclonal antibodies. That's something that we finally have being advertised in doctors' offices. That's awesome. And also, Commissioner Crum today announced that there are only 5 hospitalized individuals in his article that was out about 17 minutes ago. So I'm not sure what the big fuss is about now. The U.S., Alaska, and Anchorage is going to be on the wrong side of history when it comes to light all the lies regarding the life-saving drugs that are being suppressed. I will pray each one of you be the hero and the truth teller and stand up for what is right and saving lives around the world. In my opinion, many others, this is a crime against humanity to stop the use of these drugs. Conduit, medical provider in Alaska for Medicaid, has announced that pharmacies who use ivermectin for anyone in Medicaid who have a diagnosis of COVID-19 will not be paid. Other pharmacies are not even providing it. This individuals who are suppressing this life-saving medicine will be held accountable. I ask you to do your research, use science, and remember, we are under a constitution in the United States. We have sovereignty, and masks are medical devices that cannot be mandated or prescribed unless you are a physician. I do not consent. I will not comply.
Thank you for your testimony. I do have a member with a question for you, ma'am. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Can you go into a little bit more depth on how the mask has impacted your life, or how it will if this is mandated?
I can't wear a mask. I can't see with my glasses. I can't get it to go underneath without fogging them up. I get panic attacks when I wear them. I don't wear them. I cannot wear them. And I do not feel like I need to wear them because it's doing nothing but having me breathe moist air. I can't even do 15-minute shopping with them. When we first had them, they were just sopping wet, and it was a nervous wreck. So it's just not going to happen.
Chair, can I do a follow-up, please?
Quickly, please, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. So you said it's because of your glasses. So if you, do you wear contacts at all?
I can't wear contacts. No.
Okay, so the mask actually interferes with your sight?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marianne Nelson. I'm a 20-year-old UAA student, and I live in District 2. On my phone is a copy of the United States Constitution. The Founding Fathers wrote this document with the intent that it would limit government from being able to overstep boundaries and impede the liberties of free citizens. This document alone has become a model document for Western nations to protect peace, sovereignty, and the personal choice of their citizens from the government, and with huge success. The ability of the pursuit of happiness has allowed our country not only to become the most powerful and richest nation in the history of this planet, but has served as a model of which has spread freedom, wealth, and independence to other corners of the planet. Now, over the last few days, I've heard many people testifying in here accuse the rights and freedoms of the American individual as being too dangerous during a time of a pandemic. These voices have requested us to live on our knees and bow to further mandates, but I disagree that personal choice for the citizens of Anchorage is dangerous. Since December of 2020, we have had 3 vaccines developed, which nearly 70% of people in our city have taken. While these vaccines have not stopped the breakthrough cases, it is worth noting that in the hundreds of thousands of vaccine trials done by companies including J&J and Pfizer, nobody died from COVID-19 after taking them. By now, everyone in our city has had the opportunity to view these findings and has had plenty of time to get the vaccine for themselves if they choose to do so. However, we are back here debating a mask mandate. At this point, why is it that we must force individuals in our city to mask up when those who are vaccinated have already received sufficient protection? I believe it would be rather asinine to say that the vaccinated individual has any reason to be afraid of those who are unvaccinated and unmasked, yet for some reason many are. The truth is that the unvaccinated and unmasked person has already weighed the dangers of being vaccinated versus unvaccinated, and has made a personal choice that they do not want the vaccine for their own reasons. So let me ask everyone, why should we pass an ordinance that protects people who are already protected, as well as one that protects people who didn't want a false sense of protection? I am unvaxxed because I made that decision. I'm 20 years old, I'm healthy, and I've already been infected with the virus. Being young, what worries me a lot more than this virus is the rapid regression of our freedoms in this country. If this continues, what will be left for me in 20 years? And even worse, what will be left for the generation after me? I'd prefer dangerous freedom over safety. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have 2. Where did you get your research from? Because you seem pretty astute on the facts.
Well, believe it or not, that actually was reported on NBC a while ago when Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson, if you actually read in to their vaccine trials, there was actually nobody who died from COVID. And I'm just talking about from COVID. So my theory is that if you've taken the vaccine, you've already have sufficient enough protection from death. You can get the virus, of course, but why should somebody who has already been vaccinated be so fearful of other people who've already chosen not to take that vaccine for other reasons? I don't think we should necessarily be protecting people who have already decided whether or not they wanted the vaccine.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have a second question, please.
Go ahead.
So you mentioned how old are you, 20?
20.
So how has this impacted, since you brought your age into it, your relationships with your friends, and how has the masking affected your guys' daily lives?
You know, especially since I'm a UAA student, I was lucky enough to not go to high school during this, but just as a college student myself, I mean, there was an entire semester, about a semester and a half actually, where I was pretty much completely isolated from the entire world, from any social relationship with any of my friends. I mean, it almost felt like a prison being locked at home, and not, during these mandates. And especially in Anchorage, I watched over the winter as our town turned into a ghost town, and it was almost like there was no place to go in our city. I have to drive north to the valley to go anywhere.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. Sir, Mr. Kendall, you've already spoken. You can't-
I'm here for several aspects.
Nope, this is not the time for that. Let's go ahead and talk at the break, okay? Let's talk at the break. No, Mr. Kendall, please take a seat. Let's talk at the break, okay? Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Marilyn Jeffers. I live in Girdwood. In the words of Milton Friedman, one of the great mistakes is to judge policies and programs by their intentions rather than their results. I understand the good intentions behind the mask mandates. We all do, but the history books are full of failed policies that were enacted with good intentions. During the Middle Ages, well-intentioned witch hunters burned tens of thousands of women at the stake in hopes of ending the epidemics of their time. What about the failed policies of eugenics, segregation, censorship? The list is long. We cannot be short-sighted in our approach to public policy. I hear the fear on both sides of this issue. Fear of the virus, fear of our freedoms being stripped away, fear of burnout, so much fear. I implore you to not let fear dictate your decision. Do not be reactive, but proactive. This ordinance is divisive. It does not empower the community to push through this pandemic with additional empathy and understanding. The path we are on is dangerous and unethical. It is no longer a hypothetical slippery slope. My 12 and 14-year-old boys are ski racers. I recently received communication from the USSA Ski and Snowboard organizing body that they are mandating the segregation of children. These segregated children will not be allowed to travel with their team, which includes indoor dining, lodging, and transportation. It was shocking, but don't worry, they aren't segregating people based on their skin color this time. Now it is based on your vaccination status. When can we expect the segregated water fountains? We are moving to blatant discrimination. Mandates such as AO 2021-91 empower bullying, shaming, and endless HIPAA and Americans with Disabilities Act violations. This is not only unwise, but it is unethical. I have heard countless stories of local doctors trying to keep their patients out of the hospitals by prescribing medication that local pharmacies refuse to fill. In the midst of a pandemic, this is insanity. If this is truly about case counts and hospitals being overwhelmed, I recommend you start by supporting doctors trying to keep patients out of the hospitals, even if you don't agree with their methods. You can't say, listen to the doctors, and then say, not those doctors. So many are at home paralyzed by fear. Empower them. They look to you as their leaders. I hold you to a higher standard. You must find a solution that does not strip away the freedoms and human rights of the citizens. Wrapping up, I will tell you what I always tell my kids. Don't make excuses, make solutions. This ordinance is an excuse to take away our freedoms. I do not accept it.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ma'am, Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I have two questions. So you're part of the Girdwood community, and I just kind of wanted to ask you, does it seem like the Girdwood community, I mean, I was down there recently, and it sounded like a lot of people are just volunteering to wear a mask, and it's not a mandate. Have you seen that in Girdwood as well?
Yes, there's a lot of voluntary mask wearing in my community.
Then I have another question in regards to the ski team. I was kind of in the same boat, and we as a family chose the girls aren't skiing anymore because of the segregation. So my question is, how are your boys responding to it?
My 14-year-old, as a result, wants to become a lawyer to defend his rights, to make those medical choices for himself. He would have been here today to testify, but I'm doing my best to keep their childhood preserved and keep this mess amongst us adults. But it saddens me to see him feel like he has to come and voice, and that his voice is being silenced in all this. And so it makes me really sad for him. I would love to have him be more involved at these meetings. He wanted to come with me. But as his mother, I do feel like I have to separate for him right now. But it is really sad. Last ski season, when the mandate was in effect, I watched firsthand the bullying from adult citizens, the same people who tell us in the schools that bullying and shaming people is wrong. I watched it happen. Nobody stood up for these children. They are watching our example. We must lead. Actions speak louder than words, and I will leave it with that. These kids are watching, and they are watching these adults bully and shame other people.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
I am Bonnie Miller. I don't know if you can understand me. I am from Wasilla. I am disabled.
Ma'am, are you able to use the microphone to step closer?
I am. Are you going to be able to understand me?
Yes. If you could just pull the microphone a little bit closer, if possible.
There.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'm Bonnie Miller. I'm not a woman of a lot of words. I am battery operated. But I have to agree with the woman that just spoke about the disability, the segregation, being targeted. I have lived through cancer. Not once, but twice. I've had 3 or 4 the schools. I do everything. I go with the doctors to help the young kids understand smoking's not a good thing. But nobody wants to see that. They want to see the mask on my face. A mask isn't going to do me any good. It's not going to do you any good. I breathe through my neck. Through my neck. A mask. I have reached out to Dunleavy. I reached out to the prior mayor. I reached out. And I could not get passed because there were so many angry people. But this last time I got attacked, I really wanted to have a nervous breakdown.
Thank you, ma'am. Would you state your name for us, please?
Bonnie Miller.
Bonnie
And I
Miller.
didn't come with an angry attitude. I do understand people want masks, but it's still a choice. And for some of us, it's not a choice.
Thank you, ma'am. I've got a question from Ms. Allard for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have two questions. Was it difficult mentally for you to come down here, but
It was. I have traveled from Mozilla every meeting. I was amazed that I got in and I was kind of scared. But I need people to know that it's not okay to come and attack us because you don't see a mask. Or be thrown out of a store because you don't see a mask.
Thank you for having the courage to come down here. My follow-up question is, are you ever worried about, because you said that the mask, you can't breathe or speak properly, and people have said stuff to you and it hasn't been necessarily kind. Are you ever nervous or scared for your safety because of it?
I am. The last time I turned my phone on and I did start trying to record it because I had 7 people. 5 of them was employees. 2 of them were customers. That surrounded and backed me in a corner. And not in 20 years have I ever been or felt so disabled. I have fought. And so when Mayor Bronson, said that he would not force this mandate, I was all for it. It was like, finally, a sign from heaven. It's like, enough is enough. If you choose to wear the mask, okay, but it should not be forced. There is nobody taken up with a disability or people that just cannot wear the mask. My daughter puts a mask on and she passes out. She has 3 jobs and only 1 job will let her work because of the mask. Because she passes out, it doesn't matter that she has a letter from a specialist. It doesn't matter. Nobody wants to see that. They want to see the mask on your face.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
I've got another question for you from Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Miller. You've already expressed the fact that even though you have an obvious medical reason not to wear a mask, people have not honored that, and you've still suffered through the harassment. And so my question is, in this particular ordinance is a component of the ordinance that would allow for a medical exemption for some people to not wear a mask. So if this ordinance were to pass to require masks, but people knew that there was a medical exemption, would you feel any more or less comfortable that that exemption would still be honored for you? Thank you.
I went to a doctor that locked me out of the office because she could not mask me one way or another, even though I volunteered to put the mask on my face. She said, well, you still cannot be masked because of my throat. And she walked me and she goes, well, your only other alternative is to have the COVID shot. And at that point, I lost confidence in my doctors. I bawled for 3 days because she said, well, the only way I can help you is if you have the shot or you're maskable. I'm not maskable. I am not maskable. And people don't care about they don't care about your document. They see you at the door and they turn you away. That's them. Same choice.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming out and testifying.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Please come forward, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Marianne Nelson. I've lived here in Anchorage for most of my entire life. I live in District 3. Cameron Perez-Verdilla and Austin Quinn Davidson are my assembly representatives. I thank you for the opportunity to come before you today and share. I think it's really important that you've allowed so many of us to speak and extend this public testimony for as long as you have. It's important that you hear these personal testimonies of the way a policy that you are trying to put forward is going to impact your community. I stand before you as a concerned and alarmed citizen. The AO 2021-91 intended to require residents to wear a mask is wrought with language that shames and violates our most basic freedoms. In addition to the hard-fought freedoms against segregation and discrimination, this ordinance does not unite our somewhat fractured community. Rather, it incites distrust and even hatred toward one another. This AO is composed in such a way with inflammatory language that will turn neighbor against neighbor, which is not the Alaska way, and customers into hostiles. I'm a business owner myself, and this frightens me. I do not deny that COVID exists. It does. I, along with most of my children, had it last spring, and it was not fun. I think it's only prudent to say that it's probably not going anywhere. In fact, it's even been said that SARS-CoV-2 has become an endemic. By definition, it is persisting in a population or region, generally having settled into a relatively constant rate of occurrence by dictionary.com, meaning it's fair to say it could be here to stay. So AO 2021-91 says that anytime we are over 50 cases, this will be implemented. I think that's frightening, especially if it's here to stay. Something to think about. It could be as commonplace as a common cold and the flu. If that is the case, shouldn't the focus be on prevention and proactive measures for the long term? Masking is harmful. You heard countless testimonies over the past few days of personal anecdotes, how masking has negatively impacted people. My personal issues with masking concern my elderly parents and my children. I'm healthy, I'm young enough, I'm not super concerned, but it does affect the elderly and the youth, which is not good. My 70-year-old father has COPD, he has hearing aids, and he's recovering from lung cancer. He is by all means considered high risk, yet masking is harmful to him. It inhibits his breathing, as well as he can't hear. He has to choose to have his hearing aid on and not wear a mask, or off when he is wearing a mask. He can't do both. If this ordinance is passed, my healthy teenage children will be forced to mask for sports. 2 of them run competitive sports in the Dome, and they'll be required to wear a mask while doing so. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 questions for you. Can you tell me a little, what business do you own? And I'll lead into my next question.
We own an excavation company.
Okay.
And I own a health business myself.
Okay. How is this, you said it frightens you. How do your employees feel about if this mask mandate comes into effect? Are you frightened for your business, or is it that your loved ones that you're frightened for?
I'm frightened for both loved ones as well as having to turn people away or tattle on people, which is the language of the ordinance, that you would have to turn somebody in if they're not masked.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your testimony.
You're welcome.
And no, okay. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of town in which you live, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Travis Neff, District 4. Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. I came to voice my support for this proposed mask mandate as I believe any compassionate, understanding person should. But after witnessing some horrible things in these chambers this week, I have a responsibility to speak up to the values I expect from leadership. During this hearing, Assembly members Allard and Kennedy continuously misused their office to showcase dangerous anti-science. And last Wednesday, both unapologetically spotlighted and normalized testifiers standing right here wearing a symbol mocking genocide. Emboldened, our sitting mayor chimed in with his widely condemned comment. I stormed out of here when I heard you say, "I think us borrowing that is a tribute." Did you notice how when you used the word us, you took ownership of that racism? You put your arms around it. You threw your arms around it. Allard, Kennedy, and Bronson, you disqualified yourselves from ever meriting public office for accepting the open racism that took place in this room. You celebrated it and defended it. And meanwhile, the three of you undermined democratic process by explicitly delaying and prolonging this hearing on an emergency measure through the insipid clarifying questions and portraying us as a city too broke to convene a Saturday hearing. Bad faith political theater at the genuine expense of human life. Please pass this mandate with a swift supermajority, because the majority of the Anchorage electorate has the good sensibility not to come into this plagued arena of science-denying bullies unwilling to mildly inconvenience themselves to save their own friends and family. And there is no debate happening here when one side has medical doctors, epidemiologists, institutions, compassion, evidence, and the other side has a mob that cheered a homophobic slur, a mob that is egged on by morally vacant politicians as our hospitals are receiving national press for crisis standards of care, and our case rate remains the worst in the nation. It would be the worst in the world if we were a country. And so I ask this assembly to please wield your power, because the pilot here doesn't understand our plane is crashing. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
Other
Sir?
than the fact that none of that had to do with the mask mandate, and I didn't want to call a point of order because I believe you have the right for free speech, my question would be, how have other people not masking affected you directly?
Well, that affects me in a certain way, but what affects me really deeply is an elected official who lacks the cultural awareness to represent brazen, vulgar anti-Semitism when it is staring you in your face. And you did it too, and you did it too, and that's
Sir,
a fact.
sir.
That's a fact.
Sir.
And that's what you did, and that's what they celebrate.
Sir, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, that was out of order. Let's go ahead and move on. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
The phone is off.
Microphone is
Yellow
off.
Button. There's a yellow button there. There you go.
Before I start, may I just ask a question? At the very beginning, you had said to state our name, our district, and then you asked how it affected us. Is that correct?
I suggested that members of the public
Okay.
might want to address that or also provide feedback on amendments.
Okay.
Thanks.
So my name is Christina Murray. I live in District 6, and my representatives are to be LaFrance and Weddleton. I've lived in Alaska since 1973, and I would just like to say that this is not the Alaska that I grew up in. I don't label myself, but I will state that I am immune deficient. I am a survivor of rape. I also have a teenage child. I'll go on to read now what I've printed out. When a dictatorial regime takes over, their destructive energy is mainly directed against their political opponents. After taking power, they turn their country into a dictatorship. Time and time again, they use legal means to give their actions a semblance of legality. Step by step, they manage to erode democracy until it is just a hollow facade. The coercion and loss of individual freedoms for the greater good that this assembly is using has been encountered before in history and are still commonly used in communist countries. You want to enforce a mask mandate once again for everyone over the age of 2. I'll pause for a moment and ask if any of you have ever tried to put a mask on a toddler. It's not a fun thing. You have also asked for proposing a citizen-led enforcement provision if a code enforcer not available and not conducting surprise visits to business, private parties, and events. Citizens are to report infractions and take offenders in front of an administrative hearing officer to address the alleged violations. The municipality reserves the right to use all available enforcement options to assure compliance with this order. The ordinance reads, The hypocrisy of the members on this board are astounding by requesting we all mask up while you engage in activities without masks or social distancing, yet are trying to demand that we do. This ordinance would allow the Assembly to limit public access to meetings as well as adhere to Assembly mandates, even if the mayor has no such order in place for public buildings, which is quite obvious this is the path you are proceeding towards, attempting to take all the power from our duly elected mayor. This Assembly clearly demonstrates you have forgotten you were elected by the people whose livelihoods were destroyed by the actions of the former mayor, former acting mayor, and this Assembly. It is also very apparent the majority on this board do not listen to the concerns and suggestions from the citizens of the municipality. You are especially intolerant of those opposing views, publicly shaming and ostracizing and calling us swamp rats and astroturf, amongst other things. This Assembly has created a stifling and hostile atmosphere, and I believe the decisions attempting to be made by this administration are a gross overreach of government and completely unacceptable. This Assembly is completely out of control and should be removed from office for breach of public trust.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you mentioned the age of 2-year-olds, and we do have an amendment. I think it's saying we'll move it up to 5 if this amendment does pass. Is any age okay, or were you just trying to make a point? I don't want to put words in your mouth.
So my teenage daughter works with toddlers, or she did. It is something that she will be doing again. However, the mask mandate is difficult for her, and it is difficult because she has a hard time trying to comply with it. 2-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, it doesn't matter the age when they're that young, they don't understand it. I've watched temper tantrums trying to have them put on.
Thank you. And then I have one more question, Madam Chair. So you said that this body has breached public trust. Why? I know you said it. Are you getting that from, where did you get that information from? Why would you say that?
I think it's just common knowledge. I think it's their behavior.
It's in the charter.
That as well.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record, the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Dana Bertolini. I live in South Anchorage, District 6 for the last 40 years. I'm here tonight because of the changes on this assembly that I have witnessed over that time. I've seen an evolution of decayed decision-making and a dramatic change in how this assembly works today compared to how it used to work. As assembly members, you are tasked with executing the will of the people. Yet somewhere in the last 40 years, we've lost sight of this. Somewhere along the way, many of you assembly members appear to believe that it's suddenly your responsibility to come up with new and unique ways to govern and direct the constituents. It's as if you feel your job description is to come up with your own ways to govern and protect the people from themselves. Your election does not give you the platform to exercise your individual ideals or goals. Nothing could be further from the truth. Your responsibility is to use your individual skills and talents to administer the will of the people. And last Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, and tonight, you are hearing the will of the people. And we are requesting that you protect and preserve our right to choose how we will protect ourselves against COVID-19 and any other illness. When you go to a doctor and they prescribe a medication, they are recommending that you take that medication. They are not mandating that you take it. You are not threatened with prosecution if you don't take it, and most certainly, the general public is not tasked with policing whether or not someone takes that medication. It's your choice to follow that doctor's recommendation. As our municipal assembly, if you recommend that we wear masks, I can respect that. But don't tell me I have to wear one. If you believe the masks work to protect yourself, by all means wear one. But don't force me to wear one because I believe differently. Finally, I would like to recognize and thank Assemblywomen Allard and Kennedy for being engaged in these proceedings. The majority of us are not articulate, and while we're passionate about what we're feeling, sometimes we don't clearly communicate that. You both have asked questions and you've asked for clarification. It is very obvious that you care about every single testimony. This has not gone unnoticed and is very much appreciated. It communicates that you are totally committed to represent the people, and we, the people, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. So I wanted to know what business you're a part of and how it's affecting who you work with or your business. But then I also want to talk to you a little bit, or not talk to you. I wanted to convey something you had said about representing the majority.
Okay. Let me answer the first question. So probably the most obvious experience that I've had related to the mandates or masks has been conducting any kind of a financial transaction in this town. With anybody who's wearing a mask, you can't ask questions, you can't hear their answers, you can't communicate with a bank teller, a receptionist, a waitress, a secretary, anybody at a drive-through restaurant, or a salesman, a doctor, or a nurse, or anyone trying to explain something to you. But try asking someone at a retail store where something's located while both of you are wearing a mask, right? And as human beings, we're designed to have fellowship with each other. We're to be in community with each other, to experience the most basic elements of communication. Hearing the message, acknowledging that you heard the message, physically showing reaction and facial expressions to the message. Masks not only hinder that, but in many cases they render it impossible. Masks destroy our ability to effectively communicate, and when you take communication away from a society, you have ruined that group of people.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, your second question,
Yeah,
please?
so you had brought up the fact that you're here testifying, but I want to be fair to everybody. We're being flooded with emails, both sides. Some want to wear the mask and some don't. So I guess part of that in the way of questioning is we all have our beliefs on what they should do, and do you believe that regardless if more want to wear the mask or don't, I don't know the numbers, but in regards to representing the majority, or it's a straight up 50-50 split, do you believe that the government, it's an overreach for the government to tell anybody what to do?
Oh, absolutely. I think it's total overreach to demand that I do something like that. Yes, I want you as my representative to protect my right to choose that, to make that decision.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. Please come forward.
Madam Chair, I actually had a quick question. I'm in the queue.
Sorry, Mr. President. See you in the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you. I'm over here. I just had a quick follow-up to the question Ms. Allard asked, and I think what she was looking for is, or maybe it's just what I'm looking for. You said if the majority, that we should go with the majority. Isn't that what you said? You said that we're not following the will of the majority of the people. Is that? And so my question is if the majority is one way versus the other way, do you think that's sort of the main criteria for how we should vote is based on what the majority believe?
No, number one, you need to do what's right.
Okay.
Right? You need to do what's right. But there's been overwhelming testimony against this mandate.
Sure. Yeah.
Overwhelming.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. I'm just trying to clarify that it should be more than just the majority. There should be more information that sort of informs the decision that we make.
Sure.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Next, please. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ron Miller. My district is Upper Diarman Road. First thing is, I kind of have a misunderstanding of what's going on here, because what I read in the rules was about no personal attacks on anyone. And then I hear a man walk in here and totally attack our mayor, and none of you said anything to him. No out of order, anything. Not one of you spoke up. Second of all, let's get on to the subject. I've been following this at home, obviously, through the whole procession. And the other night I heard a man make a comment, and his was that this is an easy ask. Well, let me tell you, he's wrong on both of those. Because for one thing, this is a mandate. And a mandate is defined as a command or an instruction. So that is not an ask. And let's go to the easy part. So what you want is you want citizens to turn in each other, even though this has been going on for what, almost 2 years now? People are uptight, they're stressed out. What do you think is going to come of all of this if you have citizens turning in citizens? Let me read something to you, and maybe you all know what this is. A house divided cannot and will not stand. Do any of you know what that means, is what I'm wondering. So let's talk about the science, because this is all based on science. And all the science we're hearing from is on mainstream media, including our own here in Anchorage, that is biased. And it's all coming from one doctor, Dr. Fauci. Does nobody wonder why there isn't more doctors speaking up on this besides Dr. Fauci? Here's a man that condemns Trump rallies, condemns Sturgis rallies, but won't condemn protesters, won't condemn our ex-President Barack Obama of having a birthday party with around hundreds of people at, with no masks, and Nancy Pelosi going to get her hair blown dry and blames it on a setup. None of these people have to answer for anything. We have two of our own assembly members that have been accused of violating your own mandates. I would like to know where the justice comes in all of this. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Madam Chair, this might be a little bit unusual, but I just want to know if I could respond to a question he had asked, and I'll make it very brief, 15 seconds.
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you. I understand the point you brought up about the mayor being attacked, but I will tell you something about our mayor. He believes in the freedom of speech, and although it was against a quorum, I did not pull a point of order because he is a lot like me and I am a lot like him, that people deserve to speak, and if you shut them down, it's wrong. So thank you.
You're correct, and actually, Ms. Allard, I wasn't speaking of you. I think everyone there knows who I was speaking of here in this assembly that points out every time someone claps. I've been watching this on TV, or waves, and he goes, oh, it's the guy in the red sweatshirt, or this guy, or that guy. And that individual didn't speak up a bit about that. Thank you.
I want to let members of the public here know that when the prior speaker was out of order, his microphone was cut, and I stated he was out of order. It was hard to hear, but that was stated. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Taylor Clinton. I'm a part of District 6. I've been an Alaskan resident for 32 years. I was born and raised here. I am an Alaskan native. My family arrived here long before Alaska became a state. I have 3 children and 1 on the way. I'm married as well. We call this place home. I'm proud to be an Alaskan. I'm proud to be a citizen of this great nation. I'm a youth pastor who loves this city and the people in it. I pray for them daily along with my state and country. I could stand here all day and tell you that this mask mandate is against our constitutional rights as Alaskans and Americans, but I believe you already know that. I know that you are all caring people who try your best to help Alaskans and to protect us. You wouldn't be up there if you didn't, but we elected you and put our trust in you to do just that. I believe you are confused, though, confused about what you should and need to be protecting us from. Keeping us healthy and making sure that we don't get sick is not your job. Your job is to protect our rights, our freedoms, and to make sure that we, the people, have a voice. Now, because of you, and this mandate you are trying to impose, we are left fighting for ourselves from the very thing you are supposed to protect us from. Forcing everyone to comply and wear a mask, whether they are sick or not, is morally corrupt and cruel. Alaskans are struggling. Businesses are struggling. All restaurants and stores I visit are very low on employees. My job as a diesel mechanic is struggling to find workers. People are standing up for what they believe in. The last thing Alaskans need is more mandates. These past years have been hard. Don't make it harder. I implore you to reconsider this mandate. Stop making us fight against you. Do your job and protect our freedoms. Hear and listen to our voice. Put your trust in Alaskans again. Have faith. Because as for me and my family, we will not comply. And this mask mandate, all it does is create division. And that is the enemy's greatest weapon. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. So you're a pastor, so thank you for all you do for our youth. How are the youth communicating to you on how they're responding to having to wear masks?
In schools and in other environments, all it has created is division. They've lost friends. They're in their own family, in their own household, they've struggled, but they very much believe in what I just spoke about. So, but it absolutely creates division. Even in my own children, it creates division.
Can you tell me, what do you mean in your own children, in your own family?
In my own family, like my son is 9, I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old. We flew in Alaska Airlines not too long ago. It was so difficult to get masks on them. So difficult because they mandate a mask. But as far as division goes, they've lost friends. They've been bullied. I mean, it's terrible. It's not a thing that any kid should go through. And they are all absolutely watching us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next, please come forward. State your name for the record, area, town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Rios from District 5. It started with a mask, then a lockdown, now a jab. For a virus they told us not to question if made within a lab. Stand 6 feet apart, don't question the narrative. If you see history repeating, they tell you this isn't comparative. But they use their silent weapons to create quiet wars, and I use my First Amendment so you can hear our roars. I had to homeschool my daughter, I even lost my job. The devil out here roaming to kill, destroy, and rob, the mask designed by Satan, his tool of dehumanization. Mass normalized child abuse, ramps up anxiety. Want to know what's worse than COVID? The fear you're spreading to society. But God tells me he didn't make me with the spirit of fear. We are Americans. We built this nation off liberty and know how to persevere. We know better than to exchange our freedoms for a false sense of security. Your evil intentions will leak out of this darkness and obscurity. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. And I see we're still living for the dream spoken by Dr. Martin Luther King. God gave us our rights to we the people one accord. Jesus said, think not that I am come to send peace on earth, but a sword. Jesus is coming quickly. Saved are all whomsoever shall believe. He's the one who casts out demons and heals infirmities. So don't fear man or put your trust in what man can do for you. Put faith back onto Christ because we are merely just passing through. So I've come here for my people of all nationalities to say, for we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this world, against spiritual wickedness in high places. For Christ has set us free already. That's what God's grace is. Matthew chapter 12, verse 25. Every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. Out of the book of Corinthians, I read to you chapter 3, verse 18. Let no man deceive himself. If any man among you seemeth to be wise in this world, let him become a fool that he may be wise. For the wisdom of this world is of foolishness with God. For it is written, He taketh the wise in their own craftiness. And again, the Lord knoweth the thoughts of the wise, that they are vain. Therefore, let no man glory in men, for all things are yours. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you.
Thank you, sir. You said that you pulled your kids were they in public school at the time? Can you tell me how that's kind of going for you?
So my daughter of 7 years old, we pulled out of public school due to the issue with masks. She doesn't want to wear a mask. She's confused. She recently flew to Seattle to visit her grandmother who was diagnosed with cancer. And on the plane, we had to explain to her why she wasn't allowed to not have a choice. And with that, we pulled her out and we have enrolled her in Raven homeschooling. So currently, with me not having a job and having to find one soon, it puts a lot of strain on our stay-at-home mom, who already doesn't deal with one, not two, but 3 children.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Welcome. Please state your name and where you live in the town for the record.
Hello, my name is Jade Bear. I live in District 4. I'm 16 and I attend Betty Davis East Anchorage High School, formerly known as East High. I have come up here today to tell you how the mandate has impacted my life, not only as a student, but as a young adult as well. I am a sophomore and was robbed of my freshman year because of these mandates. Due to this, school was switched to online. Zoom, Canvas, and numerous platforms we had never used, we had to learn. There were many flaws, and there are still many flaws, but the biggest flaw is the masks. Teachers are now more worried about whether or not if you are wearing your mask correctly than continuing on with their lessons. I don't get the same social experiences I had before. Not being able to see someone's face makes it hard to socialize and communicate properly. I have gained a form of social anxiety as well, and it makes it hard to connect with peers and teachers at school at an adequate level. During quarantine and the start of the first mask mandate, I felt imprisoned. I lost all individuality and felt invisible as I had to comply with the mandate. And I would like to point out, I'm allowed to vote in the next presidential election, so I have educated myself on many topics in politics, and one of them is my freedom to choose. You have robbed me of my freedom of choice, and I will not stand here for it. I will not back down from the fight until it is fixed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Allard.
Thank you. I'm sorry, my daughter missed her freshman year too, and it just is a good year too, right? So one of the things that I'm concerned about is that you're wearing your mask up to 8 hours a day at school. How do you think it's going to impact you? And not only are you wearing it at school 8 hours, but anywhere you go in the city, you're going to have to wear that mask unless you go outside of our boundaries, which is Kenai and Wasilla, past that imaginary line.
So I'm actually at school for 10 plus hours. I'm an ROTC. I'm a staff assistant, so I'm usually there helping out with the staff. I have to wear a mask the whole time. We have to work out in them as well, and it will create condensation. It'll make your mask wet. It makes it harder to breathe. There are times where if I'm going from one class to the other and it's across the school, you will start to sweat. Your mask will get wet and it makes it hard to breathe. And if you go to pull it away to get a quick breath, or you go to drink or you go to eat, a teacher will stop you and tell you to fix your mask. My Spanish teacher has actually spent the past week and a half every day giving us lectures about how students are not wearing their mask correctly instead of giving us actual lessons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I follow up with what she just said, please?
Sure, go ahead.
So do you feel that they're so focused on you being masked that you're telling me it's affecting your academics?
Yes, and we don't have any actual lessons or anything, or we have not had teachers educate us on why masks are important. We are just told that's what we're supposed to do. No one has ever told us the science behind it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, Mayor Bronson has a question for you. Excuse me. Mayor Bronson has a question.
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually more than just a question, I did this last week, and I'd like to compliment you, Ms. Bear. At your age and your ability to speak that eloquently, I really admire that. I could have never done it at that age.
Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Thank you for your testimony. Please come forward, state your name for the record, area, town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Paul Bear. That's my daughter. I'm an American before I'm in District 4. This is what we're here for. Our children should be here in this line. Inheritance is what this country is about, for freedom. We're supposed to leave this country for our children, how we grew up in it. Free to speak, free to choose. All kids should be involved in this because they're the future of this country. You guys, all you guys with your mask mandates, with your social distancing, okay, that's fine. How about let's start with public awareness, okay? Let's maybe do some commercials, do some pages in the paper about proper hand washing, about how to properly wear a mask before you touch a door handle after you've coughed into it 50 times and then adjust it 60 times and then grab a door handle. You tell me there's no COVID on there? It's all on the mask? What if that was a dirty diaper, and I'm touching that? You gonna tell me there's nothing on that handle? You guys sit here and you tell us, that this needs to be for our public safety, okay? Public safety or not, you're trading one for another. All you're doing is basically oppressing the development of our children. You're trading one for another with depression. People are becoming introverts. Social skills are gone. Development, it's being hindered on a mass level because there is no individuality. There is no neighborly affection. You've made everybody an anonymous, basically drone. And you've also, our officers here, how many of you have had so much trouble identifying perpetrators of crimes because of masks? Why don't you, let's see, Friday at Betty Davis High, there were multiple fights broke out. I'm sure the police here know about the response. There were multiple police officers there. I've been told there was a stabbing and a gun came out. But you know what the worst part is? You know how many students got away with this because they were wearing a mask and could not be identified? Do you know how many bullies get away with it because they cannot be identified? And bullies, they don't care. They don't know who they're picking on. So where's the guilt, where's the accountability for anything? This is what we're teaching our children. Let's maybe grow up and let's become Americans again.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. You should be very proud of your daughter, first off. Thank you. The other thing I wanted to ask you, have you watched the impact it's had on her? Because go ahead.
Last year, she was a totally different child because of no school. Because anywhere she went, she had to wear a mask, Granted, she still has to wear a mask at school now, but at least she's back at school, okay? You guys start this mask mandate, what's next? You're gonna start limiting capacities at businesses and stuff like that. You're gonna start hurting small business owners, all this kind of stuff. Along with the rest of our children, you're gonna hurt the rest of this town. It takes a village, right, to raise a child? Well, hopefully that village is not an idiot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar has a question for you, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir. It's a very specific point regarding your testimony. You and your daughter were the first people I can recall who referred to East High School as Betty Davis East High School. And I want to say thank you for that. Live right near there. And I was just sort of curious, how quickly are people, in your experience, in your adopting that new name?
Well, it wasn't hard because...
Hey.
It wasn't hard because first year they changed it. She wasn't even there. So, yeah.
Oh, your daughter, you mean, yeah.
Basically, she's a sophomore, but it's her first year of attending.
Yeah.
The only reason she got to step foot in the school last year was because of ROTC.
Yeah.
Which, you know, what youth is going to join the military when it's going like this? You know?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please come forward. State your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Christy Brown, and I'm from Eagle River. I understand that you want to do something to help mitigate the spread and impact of COVID-19 through Anchorage. I do too. I am a nutritional therapist. I work with clients who have chronic inflammatory conditions and help them lower their load and regain their resiliency. I love being in a boots-on-the-ground position to support my clients and come up with solutions that fit their needs. One thing I know for certain, there is no one-size-fits-all solution. In fact, what may work well for me may have unintended consequences for someone else. Even when you think the intervention is very benign, safe, and effective. Wearing a mask for some offers an opportunity to feel virtuous and feel as if you were a part of the solution. For others, it is demoralizing and disempowering, and that leads to some devastating behavior changes. I have heard time and again over the past year how the impacts of the mandates, not even COVID itself, have caused people to stay holed up in their homes, led them to abandon their health goals, and as a result, they started eating more poorly, stopped exercising, and started gaining the COVID 20, 40, and even 60 pounds. We know those who are most susceptible for COVID and its complications are those who struggle with obesity, diabetes, and chronic inflammatory conditions. These conditions are in large part due to a poor diet, inactivity, and stress. What the mandates have done has walked more of our community straight into the jaws of being more vulnerable to COVID-19. A mask mandate continues to represent the systemic issue we have in healthcare, where we literally just mask the problem, but not solve it. These solutions only create more problems that ultimately take longer to unravel and resolve. I fear our community is more vulnerable and weak as a result of the mandates from the past year and a half. Not only that, we are more divided. As Mayor Bronson so appropriately pointed out, a mask mandate will pit neighbor against neighbor, shop owner against customer, and friend against friend. We have heard testimony over the last week demonstrating this. I will not soon forget the image of the teenage, immune-compromised, autistic boy standing outside of REI in the rain trying on shoes because he was not able to wear a mask to be allowed inside, all due to this assembly's mandates. We are losing our humanity. Just having a mandate in position creates division. It creates a lack of trust and respect for our fellow community members. And once we've lost these essential human values, the damage is done.
Thank you. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I live in Eagle River. So I see people who wearing a mask and who don't, and nobody challenges one or the other. We just kind of all go about our business.
Correct.
So my question to you is, regardless of what side of the fence they land,
Correct.
what is your feedback coming from your clients in regards to mandating mask wearing?
It needs to be personal and based on their own health needs. There's no other way around it.
Is that the feedback? I wanted
Oh,
to
yes.
kind of, that's the feedback, they're just kind of
Yes.
let us make, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Malcolm Toll. I live in the Muldoon Community District 5 Assembly. I'm sorry people have misappropriated the Star of David for their ends. I'm sorry you had to see it. My people were also deeply wounded in Germany. In May of 1933, Nazis stormed the Magnus Hirschfeld Institute of Sexology. They most likely killed our first woman to successfully transition from male to female and burned over 12,000 books and journals. Our knowledge of ourselves was set back decades, and we still haven't recovered. Then they branded us with pink triangles and imprisoned at least 50,000 of us. So many of us died of hunger and disease. When the war ended, we remained imprisoned. We weren't worth freeing in the eyes of our liberators. Our symbol, the pink triangle, was resurrected in the 70s just in time to face a plague. Hundreds of thousands of gay men died. In this time, it earned a new meaning. Silence equals death. We learned you had to demand people's love to even find a grave. We learned in our most intimate moments to wear barriers lest we die. We learned to get tested lest we kill the people we love. We learned to swallow poison in the hopes of another day of life. In Germany, when all we wanted was to hide, we were singled out. In the middle of the plague, when no one would look on us, the triangle helped us in our demand to be seen.
There's been a point of order, so just hold on. We kind of screwed up the clock, but...
My apologies. We had a point of order, and
I'm
I believe...
not really sure what this has to do with the mask mandate, but what I will say is if we're going to allow anybody to testify regardless if it's not on the mask mandate, then we need to let everybody testify.
On the point of order, we definitely have seen a number of folks here in prior nights speaking on topics far-ranging. We've had people singing, we've had people off topic very consistently. I am going to ask that you tie your comments, if you would, to the ordinance in front of us. However, given that we have had this precedents or these other testimonies off topic, it's the ruling of the chair that I don't believe it's consistent to put a stop to that now. Though I ask for
I agree with
folks to
you.
please
Thank you,
stay
Madam
on
Chair.
it. If you go ahead and proceed, sir, thank you.
Yes. The symbol also represents the lives lost to conspiracy and lies in an epidemic. In 1994, AIDS Coalition to Unleash Power, ACT UP San Francisco, began rejecting the scientific consensus. They denied the connection between HIV and AIDS. They claimed the diagnosis of AIDS was invented by the government to sell poisons labeled as medicine to kill gay men. They stopped using barriers in sex and spread the disease to their partners. They stopped taking their medicine and hundreds died. I hope the lessons of my people's mark can help correct the misuse of your people's symbol. A barrier across the face for all in public life is but a light burden. We need a mask mandate to slow the spread of the virus and to save people in the hospitals, to open up beds. I support all amendments proposed with the exception of Waddleton Amendment Number 12. We do not comply demands the full punitive force of this legislative body. Everybody will not volunteer to do good. We need your help. Approve AO 2021-91.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Yeah, thank you. And I see where you intertwined it, and I kind of picked up the discrimination part of what's kind of going on here. And I'm going to ask you a question. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Could you tell me how old you are?
I am 25 years old.
Thank you. So I grew up in the 80s. And I watched what happened with HIV and AIDS. I watched the discrimination. I watched people get kicked out of school because they had HIV or if they had AIDS. My concern is that this is going in the same direction, that we're discriminating against individuals. Do you see that happening at all?
I see people not protecting the people around them, and that is deeply distressing.
Can I do one quick follow-up?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So back in the 1980s, this is exactly what I'm concerned about, is that we discriminated so fiercely with the individuals who had HIV or AIDS. I don't even know if the HIV was kind of there. It was just more like AIDS because it just came out. So my concern is we can't treat anybody that way ever again. I remember Ryan White was one of those young children that happened to with discrimination, and it's absolutely wrong. And I believe we're going down that same track, and I want you just to think about that maybe.
Ms. Allard, was there a question?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Tanis Morgan by way of East 80th Lake Otis. We've heard many PhD doctors now say this would all be prevented or better because everyone needed to be responsible adults and wear a mask and get vaccinated, and that everyone is getting their data off of social media or YouTube and not from actual PhDs. But coincidentally, there are PhDs who have proven, tried, and true remedies that just so happen to be on social media and YouTube are saving over 95% of the patients that they treat, and many of them have successfully treated over 100 with 0 deaths, are being silenced and blacklisted. They also stated that they follow NIH and CDC guidelines. Well, coincidentally, the top respected U.S. physician scientist, who is known as the NIAID director, Dr. Anthony Fauci, said himself, and I quote, "Right now in the United States, people should not be walking around with masks. Right now, people shouldn't be wearing it. There's no reason to be walking around with masks. When you're in the middle of an outbreak, wearing a mask might make people feel a little better." Quotes, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. And often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask, they keep touching their face, end quote. And his words I just quoted was at the height of the pandemic. If you do not have any respiratory symptoms such as fever, cough, or runny nose, you don't need to wear a mask, says Dr. April Baller, a public health specialist for the WHO. Masks should only be used by healthcare workers, caretakers, or by people who are sick with symptoms of fever and cough. These quotes were taken off of YouTube, all right, but from the top recommended health experts' own words. When we were all wearing masks for months at the beginning of the pandemic, it did not slow the spread. States that mandated masks consistently, cases still rose unprecedentedly. Why didn't we wear masks during the height of the flu seasons or prevent pneumonia, both killing thousands yearly in the U.S. alone? Speaking of the flu, where did it go? No one can answer this question. Cases were rising again in droves in the summer when they should have been going down, coincidentally, right after the COVID shots were rolled out. No one wants to correlate those facts. The CDC's own website states that the vaccine does not prevent spreading the virus nor against catching the virus. What are the immune systems for? What is the purpose of eating healthy? Quality supplementation, exercise, fresh air, no alternate options matter. It's all vaccines is the answer. Why? Did everyone forget that hospitals were told to count every death as COVID, regardless if it was a car accident or drowning? Of those catching COVID and going to the ER, how many are vaccinated? Of those who have died, how many have been vaccinated? No one can answer those questions correctly, and honestly, because the CDC, NIH doesn't count someone as vaccinated until they have double doses. I've heard them say people are dying. Well, they're using remdesivir, which actually attacks the kidneys, FDA website. Watch your next patient after it's given. I challenge you to look up Gert Van Dien Bosch, PhD, DVM, world-renowned pro-vax authority on vaccines on BitChute or Rumble. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, the major problem of the pandemic is the people that are scared and living in crippling fear that are not researching, digging, and continually asking why outside of the mainstream news articles. Instead, they blindly follow and stay within the box because they trust the political science.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony. Ms. Allard. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Did you call on me, Madam Chair?
Yes, I did, Ms.
Okay,
Allard.
thank you.
It's a little hard to hear sometimes.
Yeah, thank you. See, you have a lot of facts, and I appreciate it, and you're well-versed on all of it. So can you just tell me a little bit, because you kind of missed the point, on has this directly impacted you? Because I know that the clarifying questions, but I'm trying to find out how it's impacted each individual, good or bad.
So, real quick, I'm speaking on behalf of my father. I just actually served 15 years in the active duty Air Force. I got out in January because I had Lyme disease and was very sick, and I saw the mandates coming. Putting masks on my face made me very sick, amongst other reasons, but it's impacted me. We flew up here to see my family. I've been away from them because I served in the United States Air Force, and the way this military is going, downhill. So we flew over here with masks, trying to put it on my 3-year-old, not happening. And luckily we got here, but he couldn't breathe. When I have it on, I get anxiety as well, but I try to maintain bearing because that's all I know.
Thank you. So I miss the lingo, being in the military. I appreciate it very much. So one more question, are you here to stay in Alaska? Or are you just visiting right now?
You know.
Well, we welcome you.
My husband just retired after 20 years in September, so we're trying to figure out where's home.
We will welcome you.
Because this was my home, born and raised, purebred Alaskan.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Sure. Hi, my name is Ryan Haller. I live in South Anchorage. I'm in District 6. So, Madam Chair, I do apologize. That's a pretty hard act to follow. I do want to kind of slow it down a little bit, so I'll skip over a lot of what's been going on and kind of go amen, hallelujah, and hell yeah, brother. I do want to talk directly about the impacts, right? So, in some of the anecdotal things. But before I go there, I do want to make one thing clear. The science is still unfolding. We don't know, right? It's 2 years, maybe 2.5, depending upon which conspiracy theory you believe, right? So we really don't know. We don't know the effects. We don't know, for all of the reasons everybody else before me has been talking about. We don't know. We don't know what's going to do to our kids. We don't know what it's going to do to each other. We certainly don't know how to wear masks. No one in here, to the best of my knowledge, possibly the fire chief if he's still around, knows how to properly don and seal a mask. None of these masks that we wear are properly donned or sealed. And just like everybody else has said, I just feel the need to reiterate it because I see it so much and it drives me nuts. Everybody's touching their mask. Right now, remember, you're touching yours. All of you guys wearing masks, everybody in here has touched their mask. Once you touch your mask, it's more deadly to you. So let me back up. Some of my anecdotal, because it's certainly not scientific, data. I work in a building. 90% of us are vaccinated. Everyone wears a mask. Guess what? Still get COVID. My kids in school, completely masked. Guess what? Still get COVID. Everybody keeps talking about this like it's some kind of magical thing. It's not. The fact is we don't understand it. And putting these mandates out there, to call them heavy-handed, you want to know who I'm concerned about? The guy who was up here before that called me a Nazi. The guy just a couple before me that thinks he's caring for me by turning me in and admonishing me in public. You're seeing the people I'm concerned about. Is my child supposed to deal with him? Hell no. I would lose my mind. Right? So, let me go backwards. We've had masks and mandates before. The only reason why they stopped is because we had a crappy mayor who didn't know how to keep his pants on. It's fact. My children had to play sports. I'm not going to go into the exact sports, but they do winter sports, they do summer sports, they do indoor sports at the Dome. Sorry, I see my time going quick. The only reason why they ever took them off playing sports is because their blood ox levels got too low. We only knew that because of smart devices. The science isn't there. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't
Thank
hear
you. Are your children currently in school right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so they're in the public school?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you think they're going to adjust to having to wear a mask? I mean, they're 8 to however many hours a day and then everywhere else.
So the first year we took them out because we didn't want to do the ping pong. This isn't necessarily related to this, but it kind of is. The Anchorage School District has done a horrible job at online schools. It's been the most confusing and frustrating thing on the planet. My youngest son, who's still in elementary school, he's been in and out of school twice because it seems like every week somebody in the class, I get that email. It's been so bad, his teacher and I think at least 10 kids in the class all got them. were all popped hot for COVID. So I have a high schooler. He decided to leave South Anchorage High School because of all the issues that we've been having there. There's some totalitarians around, and we've moved him over to King Tech. He's been having a pretty good time at King Tech. However, we still get the emails.
Do you ever recall before COVID that if there were kids who had the flu or kids that had that were like sick all through school getting an email saying your kid's been exposed to the flu, you need to stay home?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
And I've never, to that end, I'll try to be respectful. To that end, I've also never known the vaccination status of any of the kids in the school. It's not here, but it seems like we're going that way.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, the area of town in which you live, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
First of all, I just want to acknowledge that Yeshua HaMashiach, the Lord Jesus Christ, is still the King of Kings. He's still the Lord of Lords over all. The earth is still his footstool, and the heavens are still his throne. I want to respect and honor King Jesus. Secondly, I want to honor our mayor. I'm thankful in my Kanchoya Kwinga, Aleknikikamukunga, Bristol Bay Army. Yupikaunga. I'm a Yupik Eskimo, and I'm also a Caucasian. My dad did 20 years in the Navy. If my dad was alive, he would totally be shocked at what he's seeing happening, not only to just the military itself, the confusion. I'm trying real hard not to cry because on my way over here, and I don't want to cry, I'm not a woman really who does cry much, except that the Lord's changing me so my heart won't be so hard, because it's been hard. And that's what this mask mandate is going to do. It's going to make people's hearts that have already been getting hardened even harder. I live on the west side, and I own a very small business. I was happy to say that when they lifted the mandate, I was able to go down and start selling my products. This winter, I had to find innovative ways, like every other business owner, to learn how to market my products so I could make ends meet. I'm 56 years old, so I never really am much of a technology person. I never really got much into technology. I'm more of an arts person. That's why I make things by hand and sell them. Most of what I do is hands-on, but I had to learn. I had no choice. So when that was lifted and I finally got to go out and sell my products, I didn't even know how to be in public anymore. I used to be all over this city. I used to be at the Heritage Center. I used to sell at the hospital. I used to sell at the Diamond Center. I was very social. I knew how to be very, the people that are hosting, I don't want to say the names, I love them dearly. They've chosen to say that we have to have a mandate to have a mask now to sell our products. And so I chose not to sell. I said, okay, then I'll just fall back on Marketplace. Facebook was down for 5 hours today, in case you didn't notice.
Ma'am, thank you for your testimony. Would you state your name for the record, please?
My Yupik name is Kanchoyak Aleknikikamukunga. I'm from Aleknigik, and my Caucasian name is Nina Corman, and I live on the west side of Anchorage. I just wanted to quickly say something here, if I could.
And actually, ma'am, I've got Ms. Allard in the queue for you.
Okay.
So your business has been lost through this?
Yes, because I told them that I will not sit from 10 a.m. in the morning until 7 p.m.
Wearing
with a mask, wearing a mask. I won't do it. If anybody should be compromised and have the Delta variant, it's me. I came from Beans Cafe. I came from homelessness. I have a liver that's been tore up from the floor up. I had coronavirus back in December for 3 weeks. I've traveled back and forth to see my grandchildren because the Lord healed my relationship with my family when I sobered up. I never got it when I went out. I went out to 5 or 6 different states. It wasn't until my cousin who had it came over to visit me in my home that I got it. But I haven't had it since.
Madam, can I ask you a question? You brought up Beans Cafe. So were you over there at the end of last year, and were you guys all wearing, were the clients over there, were they all wearing masks? And did it
I have
prevent
lots of
anything?
relatives and friends down there, and no, they were not. I myself have been sober and clean by the grace of God for 5.5 years.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I want to say the last statement I want to say is this. Oppression kept me in addiction.
Thank you, ma'am.
And one more thing.
I'm sorry,
Colonialism is
ma'am.
defined as control by one power over a dependent area or people. It occurs when one nation subjugates another, conquering its population and exploiting it, often while forcing.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Samuel. I'm about to be in the Eagle River District. Phobos, fear, panic, terror. In order to address our current dilemma, we must call it out for what it is. As a child's nightly terrors vanish at the flick of a light switch, so also our dysphoria vanishes when exposed to the light of truth. I stand before you today to reveal that light. When multiple studies reveal to us that masking has no positive effect at slowing the spread of the disease, when those studies are supposedly fact-checked by performing more studies that use the standard viral infection seasonal trends to gain their predisposition hypothesis, when the globally controlled state-run media spreads misinformation, tilted analysis, and outright lies in order to spread fear and hatred to the people, it's time to step back from the TV and observe for oneself the truth of the situation. If one has already fought COVID-19 and gained natural immunity, which the Israeli studies show to be 7 times greater protection than the vaccine, you would have that person don a mask where his breath must be recirculated into his own body, putting him in greater danger of bacterial pneumonia and other complications in order to protect others? No. The only reason to suggest or implement such draconian measures is to satisfy one's own illogical phobia of a virus that will find you out, regardless of any measures that you take, if not by the virus itself, then by the self-induced economic collapse of our country and the civil unrest brought about by the tyrants in government. As 2 weeks to flatten the curve has turned into 18 months of illegal mandates, fear spreading in a two-tiered society of the genetically altered and the unvaccinated, let us also observe the facts as they stand concerning the vaccines. I brought with me the documents from the CDC, FDA, and Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare that shows us the truth. Given my time constraints, I have to be brief. But the bottom line is this. The most conservative estimates show these experimental gene therapies injections have killed more than 1.2 million people. These numbers are indisputable, acknowledged and accepted by the FDA, and the actual death toll can be only higher. Perhaps the reason many are wearing the Jewish badge is that history repeats itself, and in 1947, we as a country and a world created the Nuremberg Code to prevent our current situation. Frank Herbert nailed it on the head when he wrote, "Fear is the mind killer." A great Democratic president agreed that all we have to fear is fear itself. Until the American people wake up and stand for their rights, they will continue to disappear. As for myself, I will not comply. And in my non-compliance, I will stand for truth and freedom. Thank you, and Semper Fidelis.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. One quick question. What district are you moving from to that you're going to ours?
I will be from Eagle River. Right now, I'm live at the end of Connect River Road.
Okay.
And I'm going to be absorbed by the Eagle River.
Okay. So then my other question is, how would this mask mandate directly affect you?
I'm glad that you asked, and I understand why you want to understand that, but I don't see as it has anything to do with how it affects me. It has to do with the fact that I will not, under duress, wear a medical device on my face just because someone told me to. As far as the vaccines go, I am affected because I just got fired because I won't take it.
Can I do a follow-up?
Really quickly, Ms. Allard.
Thank you.
That's 3.
So you just said you got fired, so maybe it doesn't matter. Do you mind telling us where you used to work?
I'd rather not, actually.
Okay. Thank you,
Would
sir.
you like this information?
Absolutely.
These documents?
Thank you.
Can I give them to you?
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, sir. Please come forward. Sir, please come forward and state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes, and please also state the part of town in which you live. Thank you.
My name is Daniel Russell. I live in the Russian Jack area. I'm a physicist. I used to teach at many different universities, and I would like to make a couple of points, science points, about this mask mandate. But first of all, I'd like to object to having to stand here for over 20 hours waiting to speak. That's ridiculous. I go to the DMV office and they give me a number and I can sit down. So what's wrong with you? Are you waiting for me for my legs to buckle and me to be taken out by a stretcher? Well, I'm still here. One of the problems with the mask mandate is that people don't wear the mask properly, as was been said before many times. But if you watch doctors, the way they wear their PPEs, personal protective equipment, and their masks, they don't wear the same mask for every patient during the whole day. They wear a face shield to protect their eyes because the most direct route for the virus into the bloodstream is through the eyes. And none of you are wearing eye goggles. So your masks are no good. And then some of you are wearing, I'll get into that later, but some of you have beards. If you wear the mask over a beard, it's no good also because there's no seal to the face. So your mask mandate should also include close-shaven faces. Everybody has to have a close-shaven face, otherwise the mask is not going to seal on the face. So what's the use of wearing a mask then? So you have to add that to your mandate. And then everybody's hair has to be covered because when somebody sneezes behind you, all those water droplets full of virus particles lodge in the hair. Then when you go into the next place or into a... So the last point I wanted to make, it aerosols out of your hair and infects everybody. But the last point I want to make is that the wearing of the masks and the social distancing actually create a much worse pandemic in the following year than what we have now. That's why we have the Delta variant now, because it can escape the action of the mask wearing and the social distancing. And that the mask wearing gives an advantage to those variants that can overcome the action of the mask wearing and the social distancing. So in the future, if you continue to make more people wear masks and social distancing, the virus will change and it will form a more powerful variant, such as the Lambda variant.
Thank you, sir.
Which will be a much worse pandemic next year than we have now.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
So are you saying, you're a physicist, so I'm just going to ask. So Mr. Russell, first of all, I want to apologize. I'm the one asking a lot of questions, and why you probably have to stand for a long, long time, so I apologize. My other question to you is, one, I have two. One, how would you recommend we treat everybody equally if we have people that have beards? Because some people have beards based on religious reasons as well, but we're telling them they have to wear a mask. Number two, let me look at my notes here. You're saying by us continuing to wear a mask that it's, there's another, we're coming up with more variants because it's mutating into something different, so this isn't going to go away?
No, it's not going to go away because it's circulating in the cats and the bats and the weasels and some of the other rodents. It's mutating in those animals, and it will come back. The cats go around at night and meet each other and transfer the virus to each other. There's 15% of all cats in Wuhan have been found to have the antibodies for COVID-19. Almost all the cats at the Washington Zoo, the big cats, they all have tested positive for COVID-19. So because it's already circulating in the animal population, it cannot be eradicated with vaccines. Now about the mask wearing, I was just pointing that out because it's ridiculous to go around and have police to make sure everybody's close shaven so that their mask seals on their face. That's not going to work.
No, it's not. Thank you, Mr. Russell.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record, area, town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. And the microphone was, oh, can you go ahead and press the button? It's off now. It's on. Thanks.
Okay. My name is Brooke Sillers. I'm in Rogers Park, District 4. Nothing I have to say tonight is meant to diminish the fact that I understand COVID has wreaked havoc on certain persons, certain populations, medical personnel, and our communities. I simply fear that our singular focus on COVID is causing irreparable unintended consequences in other areas, and that continuation of masking, forced social distancing, and fear-driven policy just further exacerbates these unintended consequences. Since COVID began 20 months ago, my husband and I have known 3 people to die of COVID. 2 of them were above the age of 93. Since COVID began 20 months ago, my husband and I have known 7 people to commit suicide. All of them were between the ages of 40 to 50. These are not distant acquaintances. This is not my sister's boyfriend's cousin's neighbor. This is my coworker of 5 years who I interacted with daily. These are 2 different fathers of my children's friends. This is a friend's husband. I grew up with both of them in Alaska. This is my college roommate. Between the 7 suicides, they leave behind 9 school-aged children. The suicides are men and women. They are from both sides of the political aisle. They all had involved extended families and were seemingly successful. Yesterday, I heard from another family friend. Her child was just released from the hospital after an attempted suicide. She was 13. She is 13. She was unsuccessful. She is the second in just as many months that I have learned of that. Again, these are not distant acquaintances. I understand that my observations and experiences may be different than others, but I have never witnessed so many people who I know and love commit suicide, seek therapy for themselves, or their children, or relapse from addiction in such a short period of time. I realize that suicide and addiction are part of the fabric of humanity at any time, but this rate of demise seems extraordinary. While COVID might not have directly killed these individuals, I believe firmly that masking, not socializing normally, and never-ending fear tactics are particularly harmful to our children and to people who are already vulnerable and on the edge. So please, support the freedom to choose one's health for oneself. If people want to mask, vaccinate, and socially distance, let's encourage them to do so. Let's support our medical staff with more reinforcements, but don't start mandating very personal health and social decisions for us and our families. This includes masking. We will never all agree on exactly how to move forward, so go back to the founding principles of what makes us great and can bring us together. Support our freedoms, support our rights to choose ourselves, Let us show our children that we can disagree without being entirely divided. The freedom of personal choice is
Thank
the
you for your
only way to
testimony.
move forward. Thank you.
Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I'm really sorry of what you've experienced. Were any of those individuals that have committed suicide, were any of them military?
No, they were not.
So they were impacted and it had nothing to do with any sort of PTSD, or you don't?
No, none of them are military associated, actually.
Wow. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Please step forward, state your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Oh, God. Okay. My name's Joey. I came here from Hawaii a little over a month ago to get away from certain measures I didn't want to be around. As soon as I left, the protests there just exploded. People are waking up. Before I go on, I just want to say to all the Christians in here that 1 Corinthians 19 to 23, it asks that if you're trying to convince someone to side with you on an issue or save them, you would have to speak to them at a level they understand. We live in the age of reason, and what we're up against is an ideological enemy. Don't sing to them. Use some facts, use some logic, and diversify your knowledge on what you need to make people listen to us. And as far as the medical exemptions go for Christians, with vaccine mandates, of which mask mandates are a prelude to, it says that the mark of the beast is a mark that allows people to buy and sell. They can't partake in society if they don't have that. So what we're seeing right now is people aren't able to sell their labor to an employer. And it's just a sign of the times, you know? This is very literal. So religious exemption shouldn't be denied at all. I have very little time, but I want to address that what's going on right now is not really in opposition to a mask mandate. People are fighting against certain members in the assembly, their attempts to build a foundation to oppress people on. We're seeing it in Australia, we see it in France, we see it in New York. We were told that this was going to be 2 weeks, then 2 months. It's going on 2 years. The Tokyo Medical Association announced that ivermectin is recommended. We're told not to listen to social media posts, and that this was false information because it wasn't from the Japanese government, but it was from the Tokyo Medical Association. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you.
You'll probably be the only person who testifies tonight that I ask this particular question, but can you explain to me what you have on and why?
It was going to take like 4 days to get an actual like biohazard suit here, so I had to find something quick. And you guys should go to Alaska Safety for all your suit needs. And yeah, they stayed behind like 10 minutes to help me out. And Alaska Safety.
So I guess my question is, just so I heard you right, are you pro-mask mandate or not?
I'm against the mask mandate.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, area, town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you. My name is Sarah Roberts. I live in West Anchorage, and I am against AO 2021-91 because face coverings should be optional for employers, employees, and customers. To maintain my employment, I have been forced to wear a face covering every workday as a frontline worker for the last 18 months. That is why I'm against AO 2021-91 because I don't want others to have to suffer from wearing face coverings like I have. I work 8 to 12-hour days. I'm only allowed to remove my face covering for physiological needs and a few work duties because I'm in the public view. I continue not to be able to breathe well and have other side effects while wearing the face covering. And on top of that, I also became symptomatic of COVID in 2020 after an exposure at work. I've thankfully been able to tolerate these side effects from face coverings, but I do not feel like I am strong and healthy. I do feel that I am a strong and healthy individual. Because our community is made of different people and age levels, we should not force all people to wear face coverings. It has been shown that the COVID particles are super duper small and pass through most face coverings. Therefore, the argument that mask wearing prevents spread is poor, as well as we all have to breathe. From data off worldometer.com comparing California, where there are much more governmental overreach on mask wearing, and Florida, which has less, they both have similar COVID trends on cases. We hoped the face coverings would help stop people from being infected with COVID. And unfortunately, we have a real-time data that shows they do very little. Needless to say, some of you on the assembly want to revisit the masquerade. Lately, a lot of people say protect the frontline workers, and yes, I agree. If that person wants to wear an N95 mask that has shown to protect the wearer the most from COVID, then let them wear it. On the other hand, forcing all people in the municipality to wear a face covering that has shown little effectiveness in transmission reduction is actually putting the frontline workers in jeopardy from the side effects of having to wear the face covering on an all-long workday. It should be our choice to wear a face covering if it makes us feel better. If you are a more at-risk person, an N95 mask may be your best mitigation when in public. Since we've been living with COVID for nearly 2 years, it's time to let go of the virtue signaling masquerade. Please vote no on AO 2021-91. Thank you for your testimony. There are 2 members in the queue with questions for you. First, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Roberts, for your testimony. I'm really interested in kind of your, you mentioned already that you were a frontline worker, so I'm assuming that you deal with the public, so people that are coming into your office, your business, whatever. And so I'd really like your opinion on how you see the enforcement of the mask mandate in terms of the business or the office that you work in, because you are going to be the one that has to require of somebody coming into your business that they have on a mask. Now, I don't know what kind of a, how that's looked already in your business, but can you just speak a little bit to how you think that would play out?
Yeah, I've had to enforce the mask policy for the last, I want to say, year with customers. I take it, I do it, and we all have to do it. So enforcement, it sucks, and in my eyes, actually, everyone's compliant because I don't agree that it should even be having to be done.
Can I follow up on that, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
So have you been in a position where you actually had to escort, a nice word, people out of the business because they didn't wear a mask, or were you ever in a position where you had to ask someone to leave because they didn't comply? How did that go? Thank you.
Thankfully, for all the people that I've had to deal with, I use my words and I get close to them and I explain that this is our policy, and I have no trouble saying that, and I have not had to force somebody out of the business. I've had coworkers that do it, and I kind of feel there is an approach and a tact to get it done, and thankfully I've been lucky. Everyone does what so far.
Okay. Thank you. I'm sure it's not fun, but thank you.
No.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Next, Ms. Allard, and then Mr. Weddleton. Oh, don't go anywhere, ma'am. 2 more members have questions for you.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I'm going to ask your opinion about a potential amendment. So you had mentioned N95 mask. So I've been told that if any mask would work just a smidge, it would be the N95. So would you be open to maybe perhaps me submitting some amendment that says that the assembly budget would be responsible for furnishing a mask N95 to each and every single person within the municipality every single day or when they take it off, and at all public locations to include schools or events or concerts or Sullivan Arenas?
No, I would
No?
not be for that.
You wouldn't? Okay, because they're probably going to pass. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, don't go anywhere, please, ma'am. Mr. Weddleton has a question for you. Thanks.
Thanks. So I'm unclear, does your company now require masks on its own?
Yes, they do.
Okay, so it's nothing to do with the mask mandate. They chose to do it. All right, thank you.
Not yet.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is David Arduser, and I live in Assembly District 4. My testimony will probably be too black and white for some in this assembly, but I've never been much for being lukewarm, so let's get at it. In regard to AO 2021-91, this is simply the latest in a long line of executed and attempted injustices brought by this assembly against the citizens and businesses of Anchorage. In the past 18 months alone, we've seen this assembly, in conjunction with the previous executive administrations, decimate small businesses and violate every one of the First Amendment rights guaranteed to Americans. Freedom of religion, we've seen you shut down churches. Freedom of speech and of the press, we've seen you sponsor censorship and disinformation at a level befitting a communist nation. Freedom of assembly, you stomped that one right into the ground and backed over it a few times for good measure. The right to petition, after months of illegally blocking the lawfully required testimony of citizens, you are still inhibiting this right by making it all but impossible to bring testimony to these proceedings. The matter before us isn't complicated. All other debate aside, this assembly simply does not have the knowledge or the right to make medical decisions or impose medical restrictions on individuals. To have the misplaced brazen arrogance to attempt this and even further demand that businesses exercise discrimination based on the medical choices of individuals is not only unconstitutional, it's an act of lunacy. Merely attempting this despotism is evidence of this assembly's incompetence to hold the public trust that was placed in it. And every member in support of this proposed ordinance should forthwith step down or face removal. Feel free to hit the door, stage right, leave your keys on the desk. 245 years ago, 56 men signed a document declaring these United States of America a free and independent nation no longer subject to the unjust and often barbaric rule of England. They signed this Declaration of Independence knowing full well the penalty was death. Why? Because they knew that people had a God-given right of liberty, and they were willing to sacrifice everything for that cause. Many of them did, and many more in the years since. For I have sworn upon the altar of God eternal hostility against every form of tyranny over the mind of man. Thomas Jefferson wrote those words to Benjamin Rush a few years after the American Revolution. Jefferson was a learned man, and he chose the word hostility purposefully because there's a connotation of action, not passivity. And I would echo those words as we stand here tonight against the tyranny, against the evil before us. Therefore, let it be known, I will not comply with tyranny. My brothers and sisters who value liberty will not comply, and we are not going away. To those who would sit in contempt of our God-given liberty, who would dishonor the sacrifices of so many who have fought and died for it, who would dishonor your oaths of office, what you are proposing is an act of war. Should you elect it, we'll meet you on the field.
Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ms. Allard, go ahead, please.
Do you have children by any chance, sir?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me how that's impacted your children?
I have 3 children, 2 sons, 8 and 6, and a daughter, 4. We've had to pull them out of public school because of this. They're for various medical reasons. We're fortunate enough to be able to have them in a private school now, and they don't wear masks. We don't wear masks. I believe this is a medical decision for every individual to make for themselves, and that's how we proceed and how we act.
Thank you. And just real quick, I didn't catch what district you were in.
Assembly District 4.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Constant has a question for you, sir.
Yeah, I just didn't catch your name. What was your name again?
David Arduser.
How do you spell that?
A-R-D-U-S-E-R.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward. State your name for the record. Area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Yes. My name is Lawrence Soley. I live in Eagle River. And I'm not an orator, so I apologize for that to start with.
Would you pull the microphone closer?
Say again?
Would you pull the microphone closer to your mouth?
All right. It's been said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and how much more so is an action. An action will either give credence to words that have been spoken, or it will make those words a lie, and the one that iterated it a hypocrite. Unfortunately, I find many of the people here in this assembly in that category. You people talk about your concern for our health security, for the public's health security, and yet you adopted the agenda of last Tuesday night. By keeping people here for 7 hours while you conducted what you considered normal business was unconscionable. I see here that about a third of the people that are supposed to be here are scared shitless to show up. And if you don't think that this is such a dangerous place to be in, then why aren't they here? But yet you would hold the public here for 7 hours, people standing here waiting to testify, and you gave us 9 minutes. That makes a complete lie out of this ordinance that you have up here. And if this ordinance, the reason for the ordinance is a lie, well then what is the reason? Could it possibly be to undermine the mayor who does not support this ordinance? Could it be to exercise government authority over the private lives of the citizens of this city? That's called tyranny. Or could it be to set a precedence for future mandates? I don't know what's in your mind. I do know that you were elected by the people to administer this city with the help of the mayor, not fight him and undermine him every step of the way to the detriment of this city and its citizens.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. So I guess my only question would be, when you were testifying, you were implying that us as an assembly body were overstepping?
Ma'am, I'm a little hard of hearing.
Me too.
And
I am
it's kind
too.
of garbled to me what you're saying.
So when you were testifying, you were implying that us as a legislative branch are crossing the line with the executive branch. Are you saying that we need to stay in our lane? What are you implying when you said that we're stepping on the mayor's toes? It's okay. I'll get you later. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, sir. Please come forward. State your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Lexel Titessa Epsilon. I live near Baxter Elementary, and I've lived here my entire life. I have spent a lot of time doing my job, which is in a grocery store in town. And it is my job, my duty, and my privilege to go above and beyond for every member of this community. I put food on the shelves and I put liquor in your hands so you can have a good time. I have never seen such blatant misunderstanding and disregard for a public health crisis in my life. But I'm only 25. As Mr. Barrett said earlier, I think public education and public providing of materials is in order. As someone mentioned earlier, N95 masks. I don't care if you wear a mask or if you want a mask or if you get a vaccine or you don't. What I want to see is my community going above and beyond for me so that this health crisis can be addressed. People are getting sick. I got sick. I lost my great-grandmother 3 or 4 years ago, my grandfather last year. My grandma had cancer for the 3rd time last year. I cannot see her. I cannot hug her. I can't do anything with her until this problem is solved. I'm tired of seeing people fight. I'm tired of seeing people at each other's throats because they don't understand what's going on. We all need to do something about this problem and make it better. Telling people to wear a mask that may or may not be effective, telling people that they have to act a certain way isn't going to get it done. The Assembly here exists to provide for the betterment of all people and do the best thing that it can. And that means not telling what people should do and telling people what they can do. There's not enough of that. There's a lot of pointing fingers. There's a lot of you have to do this, we should do that. Just tell people, give people the tools they need to do better, teach them to fish, and they'll feed themselves for the rest of their life.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard, sir, would you come back, please? Ms. Allard is in the queue for you.
I actually admired your testimony, and I'm trying to figure out where you stand. Where do you stand on what would you...
I got vaccinated. I put my mask on.
Right.
That's my choice. I do that because I think it's something I can do. Not everybody can do that in this town, but I don't see enough people doing anything. I want to see more people doing something.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Yep. Hi, my name is Andrew Brennan. I live in the Rabbit Creek area in District 6. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. Now that 2/3 of our medical facilities have activated crisis care, I was originally hesitant to come to a crowded event filled with many unmasked individuals. I'm sure there are many others who feel the same way, but I wanted to be a voice for them. I'm in support of this ordinance and implore you all to vote in favor of it. Our city is in crisis. Masks are a simple, easy, and effective way to slow the spread of COVID-19 while keeping our businesses and schools open. There are many arguments to be made in favor of masks. I'd like to bring up a simple one that should be especially important to you all as elected officials. Mask mandates are popular. If a casual observer were to look around this room, they would assume the public vehemently opposes such mandates. That is simply not true, and the data backs that up. A recent Monmouth poll shows that 63% of Americans support mask mandates, while only 34% oppose. A recent Fox News poll shows that 69% believe that wearing masks helps reduce the spread of COVID-19. 67% support mask mandates in schools, and 66% support businesses requiring customers and employees to wear masks. An Axios Ipsos poll shows that 64% support local government requiring that face masks be worn in all public places. I can already hear the rebuttals. The polls are wrong. Like anything else, polling is not perfect. In the 2020 presidential election, the average poll was off by 4 to 5%. Of the 3 pollsters I cited, their final polls before the election were off by 1, 3, and 3% respectively. Even if these polls had 4 times the error as they did last year, they would still show a majority in favor of the masks. Do not let a very vocal minority influence your decision. They do not speak for all of us. I ask you please vote in favor for this ordinance. Thank you for your time, and have a good night.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Constant is in the queue for you.
Yep. Thank you. Do you have a theory why the testimony in this room is one-sided?
Well, yeah, we're in the middle of a global pandemic, and I don't think a lot of people want to come to a large crowded event with a lot of people who are unmasked.
Thank you.
Ms. Allard has a question for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. You said that it's so easy to put on a mask.
Yes.
Would you compare that to seatbelts or helmets?
Of course.
So would it surprise you if I said that shouldn't be law either? And then if someone doesn't want to wear a helmet, they shouldn't?
Not at all. Wouldn't surprise me if you said that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And I just want to let folks know that we'll take a break at 7:30 for 10 minutes. In the meantime, we'll see how many folks we can get through. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Hi, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Steve Perrins II. I live in West Anchorage. I'm the father of 2 young children, and I have a lot of grave concerns about what's going on here in our community. First off, I have to believe that you're all up there because you care about our community and you want to help. So if that is truly the case, then I'd encourage you to listen to a lot of the facts that have been going on here tonight. I assume that you are considering a mask mandate because you think it will help with the COVID deaths and the hospitalization crowding. First thing we should answer is if the masks actually work at stopping the coronavirus. There's a lot of evidence against it. CDC at one point said 71% of people that wear masks still got COVID. But if you do believe that wearing a mask works, then if you wore a mask and you had COVID and a mask works, then it would stop COVID. But if somebody else wears a mask that doesn't have COVID, it wouldn't matter if the other people wore masks or not, because it would still stop it. So it can't go both ways. As far as death rates, looks like about 560 people have died in Alaska from COVID, and that is very sad and traumatic. But cancer is a leading cause of death in Alaska, and that takes 600 lives a year. The CDC says that the most preventable issue out there is smoking. And so if smoking is killing, smoking is killing 600 people a year in Alaska. So why aren't we addressing that? Shouldn't we outlaw smoking if it's killing more than twice the amount of people as COVID? Not to mention secondhand smoke, which is directly affecting other people as well. I believe that you guys are in a really unique position to really help our community. You are our leaders. I don't believe the mask mandate is the way to do it, but our hospitals need more resources, and we need leaders to unite us. My wife and I run a youth camp for the last 9 years to try to help kids, and the amount of depression and suicide attempts we've seen this year alone is very alarming. The Caroline Crisis Hotline saw a 51% increase in number of callers by December of 2020. We're dealing with one kid right now that has been dealing with suicidal attempts. And the most common thing that we heard from our youth this year is that they just want a friend. And how sad is that? This is dividing our community when we need to be uniting and getting through this crisis together. So I'd encourage you all to do what you can to help make this right. And I don't believe the mask mandate will do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, sir. I didn't hear, if you don't mind, some people don't want to, what district you're in again, please?
I'm sorry, I'm in West Anchorage.
Okay. My other question is, you said there's a 51% increase in suicides. I know that to be true. So do you believe by working with these youth that the mask is going to uptick, or potentially by just not allowing these kids to, yeah?
Yes,
No.
So communication is 90% nonverbal, and when these kids can't see each other, know what they're thinking and communicating, they're locked down. Kids haven't had a place to go and stay. They've been moved in the foster care systems from one home to the next, and they're feeling abandoned and left out. So by shutting them down, having a mask mandate, they're not able to communicate and being as social as they need to be at that age.
Madam Chair, can I just ask one more question, please?
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. What do you think the reason is that that the body overall wants to mask our children especially?
Well, I have to say that I have great concerns. My son just started kindergarten, and that's an age when they're supposed to be exposed to other things, so they build up immunities, and we're trying to create too much of a sterile environment. I've been told that part of the reason is to protect the elderly at home, why all of our kids have to have masks in school. And so it seems like we're trading our elder generation's health at the risk of our youngest generations, and that's not fair to them.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Mike Grunst. My comments do not necessarily reflect those of the Department of Defense, the U.S. Army, or the Alaska National Guard. I'm a resident of Muldoon and in District 5. I'm a small business owner. I have 2 kids attending the Anchorage School District, and I am here to speak in support of a mask mandate. Thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Mayor Bronson has come out and said he does not support a mask mandate, despite 20 hospitals in Alaska, including all 3 major hospitals in Anchorage, currently operating under a crisis of care standard. He also said this despite dozens of healthcare workers showing up to these chambers begging for a mandate to alleviate the incredible strain they are operating under. So I'm not going to talk about how masks are effective. I won't bring up that the CDC report from 2018 that is being cited by people opposing the mandate has been refuted more than a dozen times over. Instead, I'm going to talk about leadership. Specifically, I'm going to request that Mayor Bronson and all Assembly members reach out to the Providence CEO, Ella Goss, or Chief Communication Officer, Kristen Schultz, and ask them to allow you to see the ICU firsthand. As someone who once served in the military, I'm sure that Mayor Bronson can understand what it means for a person serving in a dangerous position to be visited by a senior leader. As the executive of the largest city in Alaska and the one hardest hit by the pandemic, it is critical for you to see firsthand the ramifications of your decisions. I've also heard the last several sessions of people talking about their freedoms, but I have not heard any discussion about responsibility. Part of living in a society is that there are responsibilities to be a member of that society. Some of these responsibilities are legislated, such as not driving drunk and not smoking indoors. Others are societal requirements, such as stopping to help a stranded motorist or helping a lost child. Those 2 are not legal requirements, but they are part of being a member of this society. These are the things that help us continue and improve. Masking has affected me personally and professionally. My parachute malfunctioned while in free fall, destroying my recurrent laryngeal nerve. So I've lost over 50% of my volume, yet I have been able to adapt. Finally, I would encourage you to think of a question I ask my soldiers and teammates almost every day. Tell me one thing that you think you once thought was true, but later found out you were wrong about. Learn to adapt, learn to understand, and learn to believe in something bigger than yourself. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Sir? Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, and I appreciate your service. When you're saying learn to adapt, we as military individuals are trained to do that. We've taken an oath to do so. Civilians haven't taken that oath, so how would you expect a civilian to adapt like you and I were trained for many decades?
We ask them to adapt every day. We ask them to put on a seatbelt. We ask them to wear a helmet. We ask them to not smoke indoors. They will adapt, and they will learn to take care of others, to have a sense of empathy. So yes, they will adapt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I just do a quick follow-up?
Sure, go ahead.
I'm surprised that you, as somebody who served in the military, would expect civilians to do the role that we did. Aren't we there to protect our freedom and rights that you want now to be taken from these individuals to make the decisions on their own?
Last time I read the Constitution, I didn't see the word mask in there. And then when people talk about vaccines in the military, the moment you raise your hand and join the military, you get 14 vaccines. So the soldiers that are complaining about it, I point that out to them on top of all the other vaccines. My favorite is Japanese encephalitis. I have no idea why I got that one. As for the civilians, we have sneeze guards on the salad bars. Again, we have seat belts. We require them to wear seat belts, right? We require them to stop at a stop sign don't we? And we require them to drive the speed limit. All right, this is a temporary requirement, and we're not removing a freedom. We require them to wear, we require the people to wear shirts and shoes to enter a business.
Business requires it, not the government. The business does.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Actually, two more folks are in the queue for you, sir. First, Mayor Bronson with a question.
Yes, Mr. Gruntz, thank you very much for your service. I appreciate that, and I think everyone else here does. Of the 46 surgeries done today at Providence, only one was an emergency surgery. The rest were elective. If there was a crisis, would they be doing something else?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Mr. Mayor. The 46 surgery,
the 46 plus surgery, because we track that. The doctors there track that for me. And of the 46 surgeries, only one was an emergency. So if they're in a crisis mode of operation, according to what Ms. Goss says, would they be operating differently?
I would ask that of the CEO. I can have a personal connection to that. My daughter was in a significant bicycle accident 1 week ago, and Station 8 responded, and she got to her first ambulance ride. Huge thank you to the EMTs. Providence has the only pediatric ICU in the state of Alaska. We're going to divert her to regional because they could not maintain the care until the EMT in the back said that it's a pediatric case, and so they had to re-divert her over to Providence. So yes, they are operating under a crisis of care, and I would, again, encourage you to reach out and visit their ICU and see firsthand the ramifications of the decisions that are being talked about here.
Right. The other thing here, about 10 days ago, I met with senior staff at Regional, and they had a request of me, and they says, we need to stop, this is a quote, we need to stop the scaremongering. She says, people need to come back into the hospital, get the treatment that they need, cancer treatment, everything else. If we're under crisis care at Regional, and frankly, I believe all three hospitals are actually quite different entities. They're managed different. Their procedures are different. Why would she say that if? And then I went and I looked at the. I walked through the ER room, and there was no wait, and that was, I think, at about 11:15 in the morning, and they put it on their website. They spent a lot of time in that 6 to 9 minute wait in the ER room. Why is that if there is a crisis? At Regional. I'm only speaking of Regional. I'm not talking about ANMC, and I'm not talking about Prov.
All right, so you're asking me specifically why Regional Hospital ER wasn't busy at 11:59?
Well, you made the claim that all three hospitals are operating under crisis mode. I just want to know what that looks like to you.
What does that so what does that look like to me?
Right.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
I'm typically we don't debate in this setting, so I'm just trying to get to, does the mayor have a specific question for this person?
I'll ask it again. What does emergency care look like to you? I mean, because we're here talking as common sense people. We're not medical professionals. I know I'm not, but I can't data, and I don't need to be a doctor to look at data, and I'm just, words are coming out of the various hospitals, and I just want to understand them. Thank you.
Thank you. And sir, I understand if you may not be in the healthcare field, and if this is not something you want to answer, you don't need to.
I managed all statewide emergencies for 15 years, all military responses to include Heine, or H1N1, pan flu, bird flu, and a couple other, Ebola. And that was from 2002 to 2012 or 13, 14, somewhere around there. So crisis of care standards are enacted differently based on, Providence has their own standards, and then there's a statewide standard, and then I don't know, I can't speak to regional, I can't speak to ANMC either. What I can say is that in an emergency, you want to have the best care available, and you want to have it as soon as possible. and that they're having to, according to them, they're having to ration care. And I would attest that they would be the best ones to ask that. And I would recommend maybe you go to regional and maybe see their ICU and ask them what crisis of care looks like.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, Madam Chair,
Mr.
point
Mayor,
of personal privilege.
Not at this time. This is the public's time to speak. If there is time in the meeting, we'll come back to personal privilege. I have Mr. Constant in the queue. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So just reading ADN today, it clearly states that Alaska Regional is also on crisis standard of care as of today. I'm not sure what changed between yesterday and today. My question isn't about that, Mr. Grunst. It sounds like you have served both civilian and military. Is that correct?
Yes.
So Alaska's Constitution has an article that I'd like to read and ask to you what it means, because it seemed a member asked a question that suggested you were asking something of the public that wouldn't necessarily be asked except for folks who were in the military. It's called the Inherent Rights Clause of the Alaska Constitution. And it reads, "This Constitution is dedicated to the principles that all persons have a natural right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and the enjoyment of the rewards of their own industry, that all persons are equal and entitled to equal rights, opportunities, and protections under the law," and here's the part that I would love your opinion on, "and that all persons have corresponding obligations to the people and to the state." Can you please speak a little bit about what, as your experience, an individual with both military and civilian service in public health, understand what that section of the clause means, the responsibility, the corresponding responsibility to the people and the state?
So in my testimony, I spoke about responsibility, and you used the word obligation, which I have not read that article in the state constitution. I was referencing the U.S. Constitution, and that's an interesting article. I think that speaks to the requirement for us to be stewards of one another and to do no harm. I think it speaks to the requirement that face covering does work, that it will provide some protection, just like a seatbelt will provide some protection in a car crash, just like my parachute provided some protection from my accident and mishap. All right? So I have a moral obligation, just like everyone else does, to be a member of this society and to be a productive member of this society and to help others when and where we can. This has affected me personally. I mean, we lost a lot of business at my little VRBO. I had to give my tenants a couple months of free rent and then very much significantly reduced rent. You know, it's just called being a good person.
Thank you very much, sir.
Madam Chair, point of information.
Mr. Mayor, we are going to be taking a break.
That's not debatable. It's not amendable.
Enough. Go ahead. Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Okay, to the, I see, sir, if you could step there since you're the expert right now. Alaska Regional
Mr.
Hospital.
Mayor,
I object.
Mr. Mayor,
I object.
actually a point of,
You
go
can't
ahead, Mr.
object.
Constant.
I actually can object. It's unfair to characterize this member of the public as the expert for right now, apparently. Our job here is to do our very best to be respectful of the people before us and not create an environment where it's a
The
tit
point
for
of
tat.
information was to a piece of information you provided that was wrong.
And okay, to both of you, we're not in debate now. And so, as I said, we're going to take a break at 7:30. It's 7:35. We're going to take a 15-minute break.
Madam
Thank you. If folks could please take their seats. We are going to go ahead and start again. Okay, we're back on the record, and I understand, Mr. Mayor, you were in the queue. Before we move to you on your point of information, I just want to note that A point of information is a request for information typically about process or about the content of a motion. It does not give the speaker the floor to provide information. So please go ahead, Mr. Mayor, with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not know that, so I asked for a point of personal privilege. I just need to clarify some information that
Go
Chris
ahead,
just put
Mr.
out.
Mayor. We'll just, if you could keep it to about 3 minutes so we can move on with the public testimony, that'd be great.
And thanks. That's about what it will take. We need to clarify the language, crisis standards of care as it relates to Alaska Regional Hospital. Today they put out their press release on this matter. And this is their press release. The crisis standards of care recently implemented across Alaska by the Department of Health and Social Services gives facilities additional flexibility in making decisions around how to care for patients and utilize hospital resources. While we have seen an increase in patients in recent weeks as a result of our region's COVID-19 surge, we at Alaska Regional Hospital are committed to doing everything we can to continue delivering the best care possible to every patient. We will not be making immediate changes to our hospital operations as a result of this announcement. Although our hospital has been operating at near capacity, we still have plenty of ability to provide care, and we encourage residents to seek the emergency care they need. At Alaska Regional, we are still doing surgeries. However, we continue to review our surgery schedule daily to prioritize the most critical cases and may postpone or reschedule some operations based on urgency of the procedure and based on bed availability. Emergency surgery cases continue. We will continue to monitor the situation closely, and we appreciate our colleagues' unwavering commitment to patients. As we carefully evaluate the options we have in responding to the evolving needs of our community, our focus continues to be on the health and safety of our patients and colleagues in Alaska. So that's the tenor of this. The notion that they're operating and turning down care and monitoring or managing care in an emergency situation, they're not refusing service to anyone. And this is regional. I'm not talking about Providence or NMH. That's all I was trying to get across. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Perez-Verdia, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to point out that I'm not an expert on Robert's Rules of Order, but I believe that the mayor's comments are out of order. And I believe this because when we hear public testimony, it is not within our normal procedure to refute what people are saying. And so we do that when we get to the debate portion. My understanding is that a point of personal privilege is a comment addressing personal need and a direct response to a comment defaming one's character, a place to open the window, etc. The idea that we would, when someone comes forward to provide public testimony, that we would use this time to refute that or to provide counter evidence to what someone has said has not been our process. And if we set a precedent of doing that, and members begin to, at every time they hear something they don't agree with, that they provide counter evidence, then we're going to be forever, number one, but it also undermines the public testimony that we're hearing. So I just want to point out that I believe that that's out of order in the future. I would like for us to hold that information until we get to the public, or until we get to our debate on the motion. Thank you,
Madam Chair, I was not questioning the speaker. I was questioning the information Mr. Constant put forward.
Please. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. I agree with the point you raise, and that we use this time for public testimony. And with that, we'll go ahead and move on. Welcome. Please come
Madam
forward.
Chair, I'm in queue.
And for which reason?
For the point of order that Mr. Perez-Verdia just brought up.
Are you raising a point of order?
Sure, I'll raise a point of order.
Please speak to your point of order.
I would like to remind the body that there have been several occasions that we've had individuals come and testify in front of us, and at the end of the assembly meetings or during, that our fellow assembly members have fought, debated, countered, or argued with the testifiers. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Constant, are you in the queue for a point of order as well?
Just one final coda on all of this.
Hey, come on, folks. Please keep it down. We can't hear when you're speaking and shouting.
I would just first point
Thank
out
you.
the lady in the black shirt back there shouting that you've been warned. I wanted to say that in the interim, the mayor and I had an opportunity to speak, and we actually ironed out between ourselves exactly what happened and why it happened and what was important about moving forward. And I hope that we can serve as a model to members of the public, the body, whoever wants to listen, that you can in fact passionately disagree about matters of great importance to our community and still find a way to get the work done. And so my call to the people of this body is to take a note from the page the mayor and I are hewing here, and let's work together still, even in this moment.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And at this point, if I could just ask folks on the phone to make sure they're muted, picking up some background noise. The other folks on the line are. Okay, we'll go ahead back to public testimony. Please come forward. Welcome. And go ahead. The microphone is turned on. Press the button. Yellow. Oh, there it is. Thanks. If you could. Oh. And if you could state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Beth Wilson. I'm in the Southside District, which I think is 6. I wanted to start with saying that my husband and I watched 18 hours of this while we were in Hawaii, so I was grateful that it was pushed so we could be here tonight, present. I'll start with, I'm most definitely not supporting this proposed mask mandate. I think it's unnecessary, and I also do think it's unconstitutional. I believe that anyone who does not run a small business or multiple businesses does not completely understand my perspective. I own, operate, and teach at my fitness studio, and my husband and I also have 2 other businesses together. I bought my fitness studio 8 months ago, and I've been working extremely hard to build my business for our community. I was overwhelmed by many things leading to starting my business, but never did I think that a mask ordinance would be the biggest thing. When Bronson was elected as mayor, a weight was lifted. I've finally seen my business start to build, bringing up attendance and numbers. It's really going well now, and this proposed mandate again has me sick to my stomach with so much anxiety, knowing that I may have to enforce my employees and my clients to do something that I know majority of my clients will not do. So what will they do? They won't come. It puts my clients in a potentially unsafe situation. Articles have been published and plenty of doctors have stated that it's not recommended to work out with a mask. Within 1 week last spring of the mask mandate being lifted, I had 37 new clients. They told me, quote, they decided to come back because they know they don't have to wear a mask now. I'm in the business of providing a safe space for people to be healthy, and forcing them to wear a mask is certainly not on the list of healthy. People are coming to work out and be healthy and making an effort to change their lifestyle. Having a face mask will absolutely interfere with this. By the way, at my business, we do welcome people with or without a mask. It's their decision, and no one will be shamed either way. The masks that people are wearing are going from their faces to a table. There's actually one sitting right here, back onto their faces, and it makes no sense. Why is it okay to wear a mask at a table to eat for 45 minutes and talk, but it's not okay to wear a mask for 45 minutes and catch breath air while you're working out? And if any of you have ever done a high-intensity workout with a mask on your face, you know how difficult and frustrating and unhealthy this really is. The root of the problem is people don't take care of themselves. People want control right now, and they're instilling fear in people. If you want to wear a mask, wear one. If you don't wear one. Didn't we learn that in grade school? I propose that we should let business owners decide for their own business and their own unique clientele and own unique operation. Bronson is our mayor for a reason, and more than half of our registered Anchorage voters voted for him. So please let him do his job and trust that the community will make good judgment calls for what they believe to be best for them. Sometimes you have to go with your gut.
Thank you.
I do not conform to this.
I've got 2 members in the queue for you with questions. First, Mr. Weddleton.
Well, thank you. So, I think the goals of this is community health. And
Right.
I think you make a very valid point that if people don't go to gyms, then we're going backwards on this.
Yes.
So we do have a stack. There are some proposed amendments. I mean, they have to be moved and then voted on and passed. But one in particular has 3 sponsors who I suppose came up with it independently. But it says all athletic activities when a person is actively engaged in that activity, indoor gyms, fitness centers, boutique fitness clubs, et cetera, and so on, would be exempt from it. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, it would be super helpful. Also, I'd have to find it, but it was, what's that one? It's like WOW or WHO, the WHO. They say 3 feet, not 6 feet.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I missed it.
The World Health Organization
Oh, I see.
has articles that it's 3 feet, what they recommend over the past, not 6 feet.
Oh, and the 6-foot separation that's in this one.
Yeah, they say
You're
3,
referring
not
to
6.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Welcome. Please come forward. State your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
I believe there was a pregnant woman that wanted to testify, so she can go home.
I believe she's going to step in a little bit later.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for asking.
No worries. My name is Tawny Neeser, and I reside in District 6. I strongly oppose a mask ordinance. It's just 2 weeks. It's just a mask. It's just 6 feet. It's just to keep from overwhelming hospitals. It's just until cases go down. It's just until we have a jab. Where does it end? This is a very slippery slope, and the proposal of such a tyrannical measure is alarming. Is this not America? Is this not the land of the free? We will not accept this new normal. If masks and vaccines work, why are you afraid? Aren't you protected? Isn't that their job? If you're afraid, you stay home. The truth is, they don't work. Don't take it out on me. Take it out on the corrupt government agencies and pharmaceutical companies who make millions of dollars a day off your fear. I've never heard a mantra like follow the science so adamantly shouted from rooftops while simultaneously being ignored, or in this case, suppressed. The fact is, after reviewing all the studies worldwide, the CDC found, quote, no reduction in viral transmission with the use of face masks. A recent University of Waterloo study found that a standard surgical and 3-ply cloth masks, which see current widespread use, filter at apparent efficiencies of only 12.4 and 9.8% respectively. No credential has a monopoly on knowledge, and the science is not settled on the safety and efficacy of masks, or vaccines for that matter. They evidently don't work. The science also shows that vaccinated individuals can still shed and spread COVID. You're not protecting anyone. This pandemic has been going on for 18 months. I'm immunocompromised, unvaccinated, and unafraid. I worked both retail and teaching jobs during this entire time, and I'm currently a preschool teacher where my students and I enjoy our days unmasked. I've heard the concern and the fear of those calling in. If the government wasn't lying about alternative treatments, pushing an agenda, and promoting propaganda, we might actually get back to normal. You should look at countries like India, Africa, and El Salvador. In El Salvador, the government gives their citizens who have COVID or a family member diagnosed with COVID a care package containing aspirin, acetaminophen, vitamins C, D, zinc, and you guessed it, ivermectin. It's just as easy to buy a scientist as it is by a politician. Please do not pass this unfounded ordinance. We will not comply.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. 2 questions. How many kids do you currently teach?
There are 18 on my roster, but I have about 14 a day.
Have any of them gotten any sort of sickness from COVID?
We had one that was a supposed COVID case, and he was just out for 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome.
Greetings. I'm presenting on behalf of my son Nathan, a born and raised Alaskan. He lives in District 6. He is opposed to AO 2021-91. Nate has limited communication skills, but he has a voice and rights. I'm his voice. As I mentioned on Thursday night, my son has a medical exemption for mask wearing, but that hasn't stopped anyone from refusing service to us. REI told us a reasonable accommodation was for my son to stand outside in the rain to try shoes on. But they weren't the only one. At Kohl's, upon entering one evening, I showed the staff my son's exemption letter and continued on. The staff called the manager on duty. He chased us down and informed us, quote, "You can walk through the store, but I will instruct my cashiers not to check you out," end quote. We were just trying to buy shoes, and as any parent with a child with challenges will tell you, shoe buying for our kids is stressful enough. Sitting on a curb makes it impossible. We've been refused entry to other stores and restaurants as well. In addition, at a local grocery store, a patron screamed at my son to put a mask on. It was so bad that other patrons gasped, and their security, who witnessed it, later apologized to us at checkout. But that isn't even the most egregious issue we have faced. My son, a liver transplant recipient, is on a regular schedule for blood draws to determine at any point if rejection is occurring. We live for labs. His life literally depends on it. After masks were mandated, I thought maybe there would be some issues, so I spent about 2 hours on the phone trying to find a lab that would allow my son to come in without a mask. After several back and forths, Providence Lab on Tudor complied. When we arrived during a very slow period intentionally, we were met by a fully masked and face-shielded mother and young daughter who freaked out when they saw my son without a mask. The fear you have instilled in people have caused them to completely overreact. The irony is that we had Nathan antibody tested along with his other labs, and we found out that he in fact had COVID antibodies. We continued to check his levels, and lo and behold, a year later he still has antibodies. Adopting a one-size-fits-all approach to medical interventions that carry and are harmful to son, is morally and ethically wrong. In closing, I would like to respectfully ask those of you who voted in favor of mask mandates to publicly apologize to my son for the shaming, the verbal abuse, and the discrimination he has faced. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. For the record, may I just confirm? Thank you, Nate, for your testimony. May I confirm that Nate's last name is Tompkins?
It is.
And it's not, clearly this is a situation in which you were speaking for Nate, and I just wanted to make sure folks understood that. Ms. Allard, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. And I didn't vote for it, but Ms. Tompkins, I apologize. I apologize. So
We graciously accept all apologies, whether they be written or verbal. Thank you.
Thank you. So you said in your statement that Nate communicates with you. So how do you know? I know you know, but can you explain to us how you know that he doesn't want to wear a mask and how it might bother him? Can you help us with that? So
First off, I would probably offer a large sum of money to anybody who get him to wear a face mask for more than a few seconds. Again, it goes back to what I mentioned before, and that for some people, they're easily triggered, and so the primal instinct of not wanting to be suffocated reacts before the higher centers of the brain can, disinhibit that behavior. So that is why anything that comes near him, he will perceive as suffocation.
Madam Chair, can I please just do a quick follow-up? So you're involved, I don't know the disability that Nate has. Is it autism?
He has autism and PTSD.
Okay. So do you surround yourself, are you involved with the autism community?
As much as I have time for.
Okay. So Nate's not the only one. We have a lot of individuals in this situation that this is desperately going to hurt? Or?
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely. A lot of us are just taxed. We're tired. This is our life. Some people worry about issues.
Right.
My big fear in life and what keeps me awake at night is who's going to care for my son when I die.
Thank you, Ms. Tompkins.
Thank you. Mayor Bronson has a question for Nate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Tompkins, what does this do if this passes? I mean, during the day, what does his day look like?
Well, he's in school right now, and so far, they've honored his medical exemption for masking, but that came with a lot of back and forth and a lot of challenges.
Will he be able to travel around town? Will he be able to go in stores?
No. These kids have trouble connecting, and so they connect through their community. And so, being able to go places and see other people, and that's how they learn about their environment. And so it's been very, very restrictive these last year and a half. His whole world was shut down in March. He didn't understand. Most of us can understand why things were shut down. He didn't. He began having panic attacks and nightmares. And for a period of time, he started lashing out at me because he thought I was the one who was doing it.
I understand. Thank you very much. Thanks, Nate.
you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton has a question. Ms. Tompkins?
Thanks to Nate and Ms. Tompkins.
Yes.
So the version of the ordinance that we have in front of us right now has a list of exemptions in Section 4. And it says individuals who cannot tolerate a mask due to physical or mental disability. So by default, he'd be okay. I mean, is that helpful?
Not particularly, because people can just choose to. They can cherry pick it, and we've seen that. I've had medical exemption for mask wearing since April of last year, so I knew this was coming down the pipe. And people pick and choose, and it doesn't really matter. The businesses set their own standards. You obviously aren't running the businesses, but they will say, based on local mandates, this is what we want to do. So I don't think it's going to help us at all, and I see it being more restrictive for people who have, difficulties as it is. And just for the record, I have a really hard time talking about my son in front of him.
No, I appreciate you're doing it, though. It's important. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Dr. Jennifer Lovedahl. I'm in District 3, represented by Austin Quinn Davidson and Cameron Perez Verdilla. I do not support AO 2021-91. You'll be creating more problems than solving them. Whether it's a medical mask or a face covering, it has side effects. Physical side effects, dental side effects, dermatological side effects, psychological side effects, sports medicine side effects, work performance side effects, social side effects, environmental side effects. Where there is a risk, there should be a choice. I brought with me a box of single-use surgical masks that I used in my office. This is what I looked for as a ASTM level 3 grade surgical mask, which is the highest barrier level of a surgical mask. The first warning on it says the mask does not reduce the risk of contracting any disease or infection. Second warning, failure to properly use and maintain this product could result in illness or even death. So why are you recommending surgical mask face coverings to our public? Our community thinks that I'm protecting them when the warning says something else. This is a false sense of security. There isn't a lack of evidence that face coverings don't work well or that they have side effects. There's a lack of acknowledgement of the evidence. If a mask or face covering is not properly worn, what is its efficacy? Even a 2% gap decreases its efficacy by 75%. I do not believe you can get all people to properly seal the mask. You also cannot expect all people to stop touching their mask, especially children. Allowing people to remove it to eat, drink, or scratch an itch can contaminate it. Will you educate the community to dispose the mask after every time they touch it, remove it, lower it, scratch, after every patient they see? These are unrealistic expectations. Instead of mandating ineffective measures with many side effects, consider more effective measures with little side effects. Since this virus is 0.1 micron in size, it's an aerosol, and aerosols can stay suspended in the air for long periods of time. Recommend filtering the air in public places with indoor air filters that can destroy the virus, like HEPA air filters or UVC light irradiation. For example, this UVC light is used at the airport on escalator handrails. To avoid moving a suspended aerosol further out, can you recommend that all public restrooms remove hand air dryers which could potentially spread the virus? Recommend that all public toilet seats have lids that are closed when flushed, have access to seat covers. These are just some examples I learned from Stephen Petty, one of the highest credentialed industrial hygienists in the U.S., a certified safety professional and professional engineer. There are many other ways to effectively slow the spread of this virus in our community, rather than dividing and tearing our community apart based on a mandate with ineffective measures. Just because something is commonly accepted does not mean it's the right thing to do. People come to me concerned with strengthening their body to suit the environment. And I come to you because what you can do is help change the environment to protect our community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms.
Madam Chair,
Allard actually just put herself in the queue for
I
you.
apologize. I was slow to the draw. You said you're a doctor. Could you tell me what line of work you're in? What kind of doctor?
I'm a doctor of chiropractic.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So have you seen where this has impacted mask wearing, or the lockdowns or the mandates have impacted your patients?
Yeah, I have patients on both sides. I have patients that are very scared to come into my office, even though I do everything that the CDC is asking me to do. And I have people who don't want to come in because when there was a mask mandate. So
okay, I apologize. Did you want to?
Go ahead.
Okay. So it sounds like to me, as a business owner, are you, let's see how to put this. Are you addressing all your patients so that you make the decision with them of what works best without the government interfering?
Yes, I'm trying my best.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come forward. State your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
My name is Rochelle Killian. I'm a wife, mother, business owner who resides in District 6, where I hope to be appropriately represented by Mr. Weddleton and Chairwoman LaFrance. I'm here to express my deep concern and frustration regarding the push to make masking mandatory via Ordinance AO 2021-91 and my anger over Ordinance AO 2021-92. We the people see what this really is, a clear political power grab. I am a mother of 2 ASD high school students. My eldest son is a junior this year. He's hard of hearing and must wear hearing aids to be able to hear any conversation louder than a whisper. He relies heavily on lip reading, especially in classroom settings, as ambient noise can make processing sounds nearly impossible. He struggled with online learning last year, but was completely taken aback by how hard school is while everyone is masked. Having all his classmates masked essentially removes one of his primary modes of receiving information. Without being able to read lips and see people's inflections, he's constantly trying to figure out what's happening in classroom discussions. And while I'm discussing how masking affects him, I would be remiss not to mention why he's hard of hearing. My son lost his hearing at 18 months old from a vaccine reaction. The vaccine that caused my son's hearing loss has been around for many years and is FDA approved. He is considered one of the acceptable risks. It's easy for people to brush off vaccine reactions and their acceptable risks because until it affects you or someone you love, it's just an idea. That single vaccine has stolen my son's hearing as well as his dream of becoming a Marine and protecting our country. It should be no surprise I'm extra diligent when making healthcare decisions for my family. The use of masks and vaccinations do not come without risk for all people. The government attempting to force them on citizens knowing some will be negatively affected is a blatant misuse of power. And while we're not here to discuss vaccines specifically, it feels like we're at the tip-top of a slippery slope. My younger son spent the first 3 weeks of his freshman year of high school fighting the ASD mask policy. He jumped through all their hoops, we got doctor's exemptions, and they still denied it. Proof that this was never about health, but about policies and politics. He had asthma as a young child, and it seemed that he had outgrown it, as he had not had an episode in many years. This was until he went back to school in the spring and was forced to wear a mask all day. He started having asthmatic episodes again, as well as daily bloody noses. Sounds like health, doesn't it? As a family, we've already had and or been exposed to COVID many times. We've taken responsibility for our own health, as each American should. I support each family choosing what's best for themselves. You as a government body do not have any right or say in how I raise or protect my children or family. It's abundantly clear you're not here to trying to impose this ordinance on us because you want to protect us. You're doing it because you're trying to exercise power over us. We will not comply.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. How long have you been in the chambers all evening?
I have been here every single day from the time each meeting has started.
You heard all the testimony about the parents saying how much the mask is affecting that particular generation?
Everyone.
The ones that are the least affected by COVID-19 are the ones that are the most impacted by mask wearing?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Thank you. My name is Elaine Hedden, and I reside in Eagle River. I am a physical therapist with over 20 years' experience in an independent practice treating both adult and pediatric patients. I am here to testify for my patients who are unable to wear masks due to a variety of physical, mental, or emotional issues. I also have patients who were raped and cannot tolerate anything covering their mouth. The last time this assembly mandated masks, a patient of mine attempted to get a medical note from her doctor explaining she was unable to wear a mask due to an autoimmune disease. This patient's doctor stated that, in quotes, "Company policy prevents us from writing notes like that," end quote. I encourage that patient to fire that corporate doctor and find an independent doctor that works for you, the patient. She did find an excellent independent doctor, and he wrote that note that for the patient needed, for the medical exemption she needed. Too many well-meaning doctors are working for corporations that seem to put corporate interests before patient needs. Our healthcare system is infected with policies that appear to focus more on profits and less on patient care. Continually, I am hearing how overwhelmed the hospital system is, but there is almost no discussion on why it is overwhelmed. Recently, a patient's husband with COVID had an oxygen level of 84%, and she could not find a doctor who would prescribe oxygen at home, which is not an unreasonable request. Every corporate doctor she spoke had one corporate answer: he has to go to the ER. She finally found an independent practicing doctor who did prescribe oxygen, and he fully recovered at home. It is a sickening question, but are there corporate interests at work that would rather have people recover slowly in a for-profit hospital rather than at home? It would be wise for this legislative body to realize the failures of the reductionist approach of AO 2021-91. A one-size-fits-all approach is ineffective. This legislative body, if this legislative body truly cared about our health, you would be focusing on real solutions such as distribution of early intervention home care kits consisting of scientifically proven, inexpensive treatments. Also, you would have public education campaign on the triggers of the inflammatory process and how to naturally decrease inflammation. Why hasn't this administration created a website that voluntarily collects information from individuals on how they recovered from COVID utilizing early, natural, inexpensive home treatment methods? I would love to volunteer my time to educate this legislative body on a systems approach to our health care. In the interim, please educate yourselves on masks and oral health at vashiva.com/masks. That's vashiva.com/masks. Dr. Shiva Ayaduri earned his PhD at MIT and is a biological systems scientist. He will educate you on why a systems approach to healthcare is more effective than a reductionist approach. We need a systems approach for complex problems, and let me know if I can help.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you, followed by Ms. Kennedy.
Hi, Eileen. Thanks for being here today. Are you, pro-mask or are you anti, I guess?
I am pro-information, and I try to provide my patients with whatever information they need. If they want to wear a mask, that's fine. Some of them can't wear masks, and that's fine too. At my work, I have 2 HEPA filters that capture 99.97% of viral particles, because it goes down to, I think, 0.03 microns. So that is more of an approach of taking care of the infrastructure, and that is where we really need to be having the conversation, not only the infrastructure of buildings, but the infrastructure of our bodies, and how can we prepare our bodies. We have viruses on us right now, inside. Every one of us have billions of viruses on us, but viruses are opportunistic. When the body is weak, they will attack.
So as a business owner, are you saying that you would accommodate those who want to wear a mask and those who don't, and you wouldn't discriminate either or?
Of course.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony and specifically for sharing some of the stories from your patients. And that's really what I'm interested in is talking a little bit more about how people really are being impacted by the mask mandate or potential mandate. And you had referenced, well, a couple of speakers before you, someone had talked about how even with a medical exemption written by a doctor, those were pretty much ignored by businesses and people were turned away.
Right.
So you're telling me, though, that you may not even be able to find a doctor who would be willing to write that note.
Exactly.
So if that's
there's-
the problem as
right.
well, then what would, how would this ordinance then, or anything in this ordinance that would maybe make that exemption, how would that actually play out if somebody's exemption is being ignored and a doctor won't write it?
Right. Exactly. You're bringing up great points that need to be discussed. People that have medical issues, psychological issues, they may not even be able to get a note because corporate won't let us write those notes.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you,
Kennedy.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, one more question.
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to get the reference that you put. You said it, but I couldn't write it down. The website.
VA, like Victory America, VA Shiva.
Can you spell Shiva?
SHIVA.com/masks. And I tried to make that as big as I could because I'm limited to an 8.5 by 11.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
I'm Michael Kennard. I live in the 4th District, and I am opposed to any kind of a mandate. My health is my business. It's not your business. So I've worked in asbestos removal. Those masks that you've got there are a joke. They aren't going to protect you from anything. I've worked, in several different positions. I was in the Navy on the Tarawa and did asbestos removal there. I worked for the County of San Diego, did asbestos removal there, college in Nevada before moving up here. And it's just a joke, the masks that you're wearing. They aren't protecting you from anything. They're not protecting me from anything. And to keep this short, I'll leave you with some words from Jimi Hendrix. I'm the one that's got to die when it's time for me to die, so let me live my life the way I want to.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Sir, Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. What do we say to the individuals? What would you recommend we say to the individuals who want to wear a mask, but they say they can't be here tonight because they don't want to be around people who don't have a mask on? How do we make them feel better? Where do we do?
They're free to wear a mask. Just don't try to put one on me, because I won't wear it. If that means I have to shop in the valley or down on the peninsula, that's where I'm going. And Anchorage will lose all my business.
All right, thank you.
Simple as that.
Thank you for your testimony. Please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, area, town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
My name is Michelle Martin. I live in the North Star Community Council District. The main message I want to convey tonight is that the culture that's being created right now in the name of health and safety is a culture that is neither healthy nor safe. In the last year and a half, there has been a skyrocketing increase in isolation, depression, anxiety, domestic abuse, and suicide. This is neither healthy nor safe for our community. If any of you have ever spent significant time with babies or young children, you will know that they need to see people's faces. This is a developmental need for them. We live in a world right now where an increasing number of babies and young children spend significant portions of their lives with, I'm sure in most instances, loving and compassionate caregivers, but faceless caregivers. This is a crisis. This is neither healthy nor safe. we as adults, even after we grow up, we communicate with each other with our faces. We cannot have real human communication at all levels without our faces. It is neither healthy nor safe for us to be walking around without the use of our faces. The barring of parents from entering the spaces where others are caring for our children, other than times when my son was in a surgery room, I've never as a mother been barred from spaces where my child was. That creates, and I say this with no disrespect to the staff and the faculty at his school, because I know that they are good people, and I know, I've interacted with them personally, and I'm able to have that. But right now, unless I have the flexibility to volunteer, I'm barred from entering the spaces where he's spending significant portions of his day. That's neither healthy nor safe. And again, I said I know the folks that are in my son's situation, but lots of folks don't have the flexibility to be in a volunteer situation, and it's just, it's neither healthy nor safe to create that. Perpetrators are assisted by this policy, both by the normalizing of the obscuring of recognizable facial features in public, also by making it easier for domestic abusers to isolate their victims at home, also by training our children to become comfortable with faceless authority figures. None of this that's being done in the name of health and safety is creating a safe and healthy culture. So I've heard some suggest that anyone really in touch with their humanity would gladly mask in public, would curtail close contact with those outside their household, and would immediately be vaccinated. And I know and love people who feel this way. I'm willing to be in respectful disagreement and dialogue about those things. But to my mind, those are things that degrade the overall health of our community. To any government body that would attempt to mandate when, where, how, and whether I use a medical device, what I have to say is I do not consent and I will not comply.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, ma'am. Please come forward. State your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Wendy Salima, and my representatives are Assembly Members Weddleton and LaFrance. I'm here to voice my concerns over this mask mandate. Last year, I drove my child with many other Anchorage parents to the Valley so our kids could play basketball without a mask. We did not want our children running back and forth on the court with masks on. Thankfully, we had that option, but many parents do not. Please do not make it impossible for our kids to play sports while trying to breathe. Last year, people are even yelling at our kids running the trails if they were outside running without a mask. This mandate really does turn neighbor against neighbor. I'm also hearing so much about our hospitals being full, and you might not be able to get care when you need it. In the summer of 2019, pre-COVID, my little sister was diagnosed with cancer. She went to the hospital 3 times after she was diagnosed. 1 time because she had surgery, and the other 2 times she had to wait for a bed. This was pre-COVID. My sister and I slept in the emergency room at Providence because there was no bed for her. Another time she needed a nutritional IV, and her doctors had to call around and see if they could find a bed for her. And we waited. And my little sister was dying. And we had to wait for a bed. This has been a problem in our town for a while now. Although when my sister did get care, Regional Hospital did a great job. Most of my sister's nurses were amazing traveling nurses. And I'm sure with COVID, that might not be possible now. Plus, sadly, they're firing Alaskan nurses if they're not vaccinated, which is horrible for this community. This problem with our hospitals is not a COVID problem. It has been a problem for a while. Please do the right thing and let Alaskans decide for themselves on this mask issue. I grew up here in Alaska, and I have raised my 3 children here because I love Alaska, and I'm disgusted to see what is happening with our city. If I wanted to have the government overreach, I would move to Seattle or San Francisco. I will not consent to this mandate. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
I think the pregnant lady is going to speak before me.
Okay. Welcome.
Hi. My name is Haley Dorsey, and I live on the south side of town. I'm 21, and a mother-to-be, I'm here today to urge you to vote no on this ordinance, on 2021-91 to be specific. I'm not here just because I don't want to wear a mask, but I can't wear a mask. I have multiple health issues that keep me from wearing them. By passing this ordinance, you will take away my choice, our choice, from being able to, have the choice, and subjecting us to pain and isolation. I'm highly considering not even going to the hospital to give birth because I do not trust the hospitals anymore. That should be said. Something about that is wrong. There's something wrong with our healthcare system when people, like myself, won't even go and give birth there. You know, I hear so many people, especially some of you, telling us to be a part of the solution and not the problem. Yet when it comes to dividing or uniting Alaskans, you seem to want to be the problem dividing us. I urge you to be a part of the solution and not the problem when it comes to pitting Alaskan business owners against fellow Alaskans. I also will close by stating, first of all, my husband and I will not comply with this no matter what you come at us with. And there are so many people like myself who are fed up with this, and we will stand up and we will come and take those seats and represent the people of this state because that is what they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Kennedy is in the queue with a question for you. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy, with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Dorsey, you mentioned that you had some health issues that kept you from wearing a mask. So in the past, have you attempted to get a doctor's note to see if you could be exempt from any of the requirements going into a business or...
I have, and as you've heard from many other testimonies, that is extremely difficult to get.
Thank you. And were you able to basically have any businesses or restaurants or anybody actually honor that doctor's note when you were asked to wear a mask and you presented your doctor's note? What kind of response
Well,
did
I
you
couldn't get a note in the first place. The medical facilities I went to would not honor that.
I see what you're saying. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Dorsey. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Teresa Thomas, and I'm from South Anchorage. I understand your concern for the COVID pandemic, and I appreciate your desire to mitigate the loss. However, this ordinance infringes upon both our federal and state constitutional rights. What more do you need to hear? Please allow us to continue to make the right decision for our health. Please allow us to continue to have body autonomy. Please do not pass AO 2021-91. I just wanted to bring up the fact that we're talking about getting these doctors' notes and being able to enter businesses without masks due to health concerns or conditions. Isn't it a part of the law that we shouldn't have to disclose our health problems? And I just don't understand how that's going to be like a part of the solution, right? So, I don't know. That's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Titus, and I'm in District 3. I'm here to oppose the mask mandate as it infringes on my right to make a profit. I would like to ask the male audience to quietly raise their hands of who caught COVID unvaccinated. In a study done by Italian researchers, found 2 of every 5 of these freedom-fighting men will experience long-lasting effects of erectile dysfunction. This is why I've invested my money in the creator of Viagra, Pfizer. As of this morning, 56,533 Alaskan men have caught COVID. The current price of Viagra is $77 at Costco. This could generate $53.5 million in revenue for the big pharma Pfizer per year for Alaskan men. In the US, that is $16 billion. Without a mask or vaccine mandate, more men will catch COVID and it will drive the stock price up and higher dividends. I want to thank the Assembly to try to tackle this issue. But in my humble opinion, my kid's future college depends on you not passing this ordinance. I urge these freedom fighters men to talk to your doctors about erectile dysfunction. You are a man, even if you caught it, but you are worth $900 in sales, $200 in net profit, and $24 in dividends per year for Pfizer. This does not include the other Cialis and the other alternatives. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Chris Backstrom. That's going to be a tough act to follow, by the way. Thank you for sticking around to listen to all of the comments that have been coming around tonight. They're certainly coming from all angles, and I guess my point that I want to make tonight is I want to talk about science. Since I'm a 33-year retired science teacher from the Anchorage School District, I want to talk about science. And I want to talk about ninth grade science because ninth graders are my people. And I want to start off by saying, by definition, the goal of science is to seek the truth. Not some aspect of the truth that this side thinks or that side thinks, but to seek the truth. And it does this by way of the scientific method, experimentation, asking a question, gathering data, checking your results, and then, and this is the big part, submitting your results for peer review. And that means I ask a question, I run an experiment, I give it to anybody who wants it, and say, you go do what I did, and you tell me whether or not you come up with the same results I did. And if nobody can come back and say, hey man, your results are wrong, or they can, we figure out where the problem was. But if that doesn't happen, and my results hold up, and I repeat my experiment 10,000 times, we get what's called an emergent truth. And an emergent truth is like the law of gravity, 33 feet per second squared. That's not changed in 4.6 billion years, and it's probably not going to anytime soon. So if an emergent truth occurs, then we accept it. And people who don't like what that emergent truth says do not have the option to just simply refute it and rebut it. So there is an emergent truth that's taking place, and that is the question, are masks effective? I'm not asking, do they prevent COVID 100%? No. But these studies are asking, do masks work? And these are all peer-reviewed studies. They're all online. You can look them up. The Journal of the American Medical Association did studies. The New England Journal of Medicine, the Canadian Medical Association, the Lancet Review looked at 172 studies on whether or not masks are effective. Peer-reviewed, meaning if you don't if you don't think my study is legit, you do it and tell me what I did wrong. None of these came back that way. Okay, the journal Science, the International Journal of Nursing, Science Advances Journal, Respirology Journal, Frontiers in Medicine, Environmental Pollution Journal, the Medical Devices and Sensors Group, Journal of Travel Medicine, Journal of Urban Health, the Annals of Internal Medicine, the WHO, and the CDC.
Thank you.
And I would like to just throw one more thing out there. I'm wearing my University of Washington Medical School
Thank you, sir.
shirt because my daughter's a doctor in Maine, and she deals with COVID patients all the time and says it ain't.
Thank you, sir. I've got 2 members in the queue for you, 3 actually. So don't go anywhere, please. First, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Just a couple quick ones. I didn't catch your name, Mr.
Backstrom.
And then I didn't get what district you were?
Abbott and Elmore.
Okay.
Below Service High School.
Okay. Did you do have you had your, I don't know really where you stand on whether masks work or not. That doesn't, okay. Okay. So were you able to do any experiments with your peeps, with your ninth graders?
No, I retired last year, so
okay.
Yeah.
Well,
I never had a chance to be with my kids the last year I taught school.
If you know of any past, I would love to see you do some sort of experiment with masks and give it back to us, because I would be interested in seeing what you guys come up with on how, if they do or don't form cooties, and just see kind of
Right.
Okay.
You know, and to that end,
It would be interesting.
I would throw out there that having taught for 33 years, I mean, I've seen kids adapt to everything. So, you know, I've heard a lot of people go, the kids are being harmed, the kids are being harmed. Wait a minute. You should see how tight they wear their shoes sometimes, and they've adapt to hats and buffs when they're skiing and football equipment. I mean, kids are very adaptable.
They
A
are.
mask is not a big deal.
Can I do a follow-up on that, though? I think that's by choice. How tight they tie their shoes or how tight they do their buckles. And
True.
Just saying. I have 2 daughters, and it's impacted my kids.
But I think they get used to it after a time, just like everything else.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Okay.
We'll go ahead and move to the queue. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mr. Backstrom, and thank you, Madam Chair. I also wanted to thank you for being a 9th grade science teacher. I actually had a 9th grade science teacher tell me when I had a 9th grade son that she absolutely, positively hated teaching 9th grade science. So anyway, that was one reason why my son wasn't doing so well in class, I'm sure. But that's beside the point. But what I wanted to ask you about was just in terms of the efficiency of a mask, you know, there are a lot of tests out there. There are a lot of studies. But I would ask, especially because of one study in particular I was looking at this weekend, that there is actually a distinction between how well a mask works versus how a person actually inhales a virus. And I've seen a study that actually measures viral load being inhaled outside of the capability of a mask. So would you agree that there might be 2 different studies there, 2 different questions asked? Because that really is the scientific method, right? It really depends on the specific question that you're asking.
Absolutely, Ms. Kennedy. I mean, a lot of the studies that I reviewed were focused on droplets and whether masks are preventing the expulsion of droplets of varying sizes and the distance that they would leave from a person who, say, sneezed. But to tie into that just a little bit, when people who are carrying COVID, who are shedding virus, when they do sneeze, the droplets are packed with virus. So usually, you know, if you're going to pick up COVID, it's because you picked up a droplet of spit from somebody else that's got hundreds of viral particles, not you inhaled 1 or 2.
Thank you. And then one more question. Can anybody determine how much virus it causes to make me sick versus you sick?
I know that there are for sure at least trends out there that say a healthy person with a healthy immune system is going to be a lot harder to get sick from COVID than a person who is immunocompromised, which is why we have all the rules we do for immunocompromised people, because their immune system's already down. So it is easier for a virus to gain a foothold.
Thank you, Mr. Backstrom.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms.
Madam
Kennedy.
Chair.
Mr. Weddleton?
Thanks. So you spoke very well, but I didn't listen quite well enough. So I missed your punchline. There are emergent truths, and the emergent truth is?
That masks reduce the transmission of COVID from person to person in whatever setting you want to put them in, like a closed room. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Before you take off tonight, I would love a chance to connect with you and get your information.
Okay.
Offline, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Allard?
Yeah, I just have one final question to you. Since our children are the strongest of all of the recipients of who get COVID, why would we want to mask the strongest of our?
Well, thank goodness they're the strongest, and you know, youth gives you that luxury, I guess, or advantage that you have a pretty healthy immune system, but that doesn't make you immune. It doesn't mean you can't get COVID. It just means if you do get COVID, your chances of being able to have more minimal type symptoms as opposed to accelerating to a very serious level of illness, your odds are less. But that being said, the Delta variant has been shown to infect younger people at a greater degree of severity than
just a quick follow-up.
older people.
Physicists came up here and said that the variant would just continue to change. It'd mutate into something different. So this is going to be ongoing. So do you recommend that kids continue to wear masks and adults continue to wear masks until COVID is completely wiped off the face of the earth?
I don't think you're going to wipe COVID completely off the face of the earth.
So when do we stop wearing?
As a teacher, as a former teacher, I mean, I would absolutely insist, if I had kids in school, I would insist that my kid's teacher had a vaccination, and they wore masks until such time that there's at least some type of herd immunity in place to where COVID becomes more chronic and not so difficult. Okay? And I would just throw there that we're just one variant away. We're just one variant away from a strain that does affect kids badly.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Constant, one final question, then we'll move on.
Sir, again, right here. The question was asked, why would we ask children to wear masks? Do children not transmit to other people the virus? I think for myself, the concern about people who even are vaccinated who may get it isn't so much that they might get sick and die, it's that they might do something else. What happens? Do children transmit viruses?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you get infected where you could say the virus is within you, and that virus is going to replicate inside the body for a period of time. And I believe with COVID, it's 2 to 7 days. And in that period of time, you become infective, where you're shedding virus. You're shedding it when you sneeze. It's in your saliva because COVID is a respiratory virus, so it infects the cells of the respiratory system. So any cells related to the respiratory system are going to be infected, and the virus can come out through the air that you breathe. And if transmitted to somebody where the virus can start to replicate again, then they become to the point where they can shed and be asymptomatic for that matter.
Right, and just for my experience, every year when school starts, every one of my friends' kids or not get sick.
Right.
Thank you.
That's trend.
Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, thanks.
Please come up, sir. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. Thanks.
My name is Zach Young. I'm a resident of Sand Lake District 3, represented by Quinn Davidson and Perez Verdia. I want to start by saying thank you to the Assembly for spending your time and long hours of the last week hearing the public testimony and trying to provide for a better future for Anchorage. I think we all agree that COVID is a serious problem. We need to address it. The question is, how do we do that? So first of all, I think it's the Assembly's responsibility to serve and protect the community and make sure that we have a better future. And I have a two-faceted appeal as to why I oppose the ordinance 2021-91. First of all, I want to start by what I do believe about COVID, that it is a serious respiratory illness, and like all serious respiratory illnesses, it disproportionately affects people who are elderly, who are obese, who have other serious problems with their health, and that the way we can treat it and make sure that it does not get as severe is by taking things like vitamin C and vitamin D and being healthy and exercising. I think that there have been quite a few studies on the effectiveness of masks, and I've gone through a lot of them. I've had a very hard time quantifying how effective they are. I've found a couple of studies, the foremost of which was in Bangladesh with a 340,000 person sample size, and it found that it was effective between 9 and 10% of reduction of transmission. In my opinion, a 9 to 10% reduction of transmission is going to nowhere get us close to ending this pandemic any sooner, and in fact, it's going to prolong the pandemic so that more lives are lost. Secondly, we don't often quantify the negative ramifications of the mask mandates. Things like the false sense of security that masks provide that made people get closer to each other, the impacts on the community and our socialization, the negative impacts on businesses and how much more likely people are to stay and eat at home or order online for their Christmas gifts, the negative impacts on our children and how they're brought up not really feeling that sense of community, the negative effects on oxygenation in the blood. I think it takes space from real and effective cures that could be promoted, and we need to give those precedents. So secondly, I want to talk about the negative ramifications of what this precedent sets for our community and for the municipality. There is going to be a time where power shifts, and as we give more and more power to our governing bodies, eventually there's going to be people in power that you don't agree with, and they're going to be able to pass mandates or restrictions that are pretty seriously infringement on what you believe. I think that mandates will not seriously increase compliance. I think that we need to align incentives with healthy behaviors that will actually stop this from our community. I think that mandating masks is like trying, at 9 to 10% effectiveness, is like trying to stop a speeding F-150 at 80 miles an hour by jumping in front of it. It's just not the right solution. There are other ways to fix this problem, and I call on you to put those forward and make the right decision for our community and not hurt it.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Ms. Kennedy is in the queue for you. Go ahead, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Young, for your testimony. And you mentioned a study that I haven't read the complete study, but I've read the article in the newspaper that was touting the study about being the largest study. And I don't know if you recall the title to that article, but it was Large Study Tells Us What We Already Know, Masks Prevent COVID. And how do you feel that that title actually mirrors the results in that study? And are we being misled by sensationalized titles?
I think that title, along with many of the titles in the news that we see, is a perfect example of confirmation bias. As anyone that's spent time in a scientific organization or even a classroom knows that when you do a study, you need to make sure that there are clear barriers between the scientists' preconceived notions and what is actually taking place. I fear that 9 to 10% effectiveness in reduction of transmission is actually the best case scenario that could fit the narrative of the people doing the research. And in reality, when they try to put a name on it like masks are effective in reducing COVID, how effective? What's the marginal cost of us masking our communities versus how many lives are we saving? It's hurting a lot of people. We know that for sure. How many people is it actually saving?
Thank you. And that was my question too, is particularly in the fact that it's used the term prevents COVID. So do we have any studies that show that, or do you know of any studies, since you've been reading, that show that masks prevent COVID? Thank you.
Like I said previously, I've read a lot of studies. Very few of them actually quantify the reduction of COVID. In my experience, when you look at a study and there's not quantifiable measures as to whether or not something has affected, it kind of just comes down to the opinion of the researcher. I think that just speaks more to the fact that the narrative is that masks work, and they want to propagate that to society so that they conform to the other health protocols that they put out. If you're going to make someone wear a mask, you need to have a reason for it. There's just not a lot of quantifiable evidence that they're actually effective, and 9 to 10%, in my opinion, is not a sustainable measure to actually end this pandemic.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Andrew Gray, and I live in Campbell Park, District 4. In 1777, George Washington implemented a smallpox inoculation mandate for his soldiers. This policy was in direct contradiction to the Surgeon Generals who had forbidden mandatory inoculations, and the mandate was very unpopular. But Washington did it anyway, because he knew that saving the lives of his troops was more important than public opinion. Another historic relic much in the news of late has been the filibuster, a minority party's attempt to delay a vote by various procedural mechanisms. Through the willingness of numerous Save Anchorage folk to stand in line for hours, through an assembly member's tenacious asking of multiple questions of almost every testifier, through the mayor vetoing failed assembly votes and asking for extensive legal consultation, the minority party in Anchorage has engaged in an effective filibuster. It is an extraordinarily brilliant maneuver. Some opposers of the mask mandate have said that they felt disrespected and made to feel less than by those on the other side. I do not think those who oppose the mandate are unintelligent, and no one could ever doubt the fierce dedication to all of those in this room opposing this issue. But I do believe in my heart of hearts that the information that many have been receiving through social media was designed to create conflict, not to inform. Ivermectin and hydroxychloroquine have all been studied as potential treatments for COVID-19, but the studies do not support their use. Rather than accept this fact, some have promoted a narrative that doctors are conspiring to do harm by not offering these discredited treatments. This is not true. The hostility leveled against our healthcare professionals has been terrifying. This anti-intellectual rhetoric, the questioning of doctors by some whose main qualification is what they've seen on YouTube, the attacking of people with advanced degrees is akin to communist China in the 1960s. On night one of this assembly meeting, a doctor testified that she does what's best for her patients, and someone called her a murderer. Others called her a liar. At the listening session held in these chambers on September 18th, a woman said that she would die before accepting the vaccine, that she would hold a shootout on her lawn. No one will ever go door to door forcing people to have a vaccine, but people are bringing firearms into this room. The goal is to intimidate this assembly, to force you to vote against what's best for this city. Do not be intimidated. George Washington was not intimidated. We, your constituents, are not intimidated. We stand with you against the anti-democratic, tyrannical forces on display in this hall. I, for one, will not allow the mayor and his supporters to turn Anchorage into communist China. I'll die first.
Thank you for your testimony, sir. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ms. Allard?
Sure.
Now, you know I was going to ask you a question, right?
I didn't, actually.
All right, so a couple of things. So you're for the mandate?
I am for the mandate.
Okay. So we all know the mayor, I'm asking you a question, was elected by the majority, or he wouldn't be the mayor.
I have a comment.
Okay. Can we, let's go.
Okay. So if you break down the votes,
Yeah.
he won Eagle River by 3,000 votes. He lost Anchorage proper by 1,000 votes.
What's your point?
So the point is that
Eagle
for
River
those of
has-
us who are in Anchorage, who live in District 4, for example, for example, there's 9 assembly members who are not the Eagle River assembly
You're right.
members.
Point
The
of
majority
order.
of us voted for a different mayoral candidate. And
Excuse
I feel
me,
like
sir.
No, come on, you guys.
Hold on, folks. I've got a
Thank
point of...
God-
Hold
thank
on,
God
everybody.
Eagle River has
I've got
the
a
mayor.
point- Ms.
Point of
Allard?
order.
Thank God.
Sir?
So here's
I've
my-
got... Ms. Allard, hold, please. Mr. Constant, you have a point of order.
Thank you. Well, this is very interesting and makes for some lively conversation. I think that it's out of order for the process of a public hearing to have this kind of a debate right now. And so I would ask us to hew it in and bring it back into alignment with the fact that this is the public's opportunity to talk to us.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. I agree with the point of order that you've raised. Ms. Allard,
yes.
would you like to restate your question?
Yes, thank you for your testimony. You're very animated, and I appreciate it. And I disagree on a lot of things, but I do appreciate your testimony. So did you not approve of people being able to bring firearms into the facility? Because I bring mine.
Ms. Allard, how is this relevant to the ordinance?
He brought it up. And I'm asking him, if it's not relevant to the ordinance, why would you let him continue to testify on it without calling a point of order? It's only when it
Because
benefits
that's
you.
been...
What was your name again? Because I
Hold
would
on,
love to have
Ms.
a
Allard.
conversation with you.
Ms. Allard, hold on, please. I will speak to that.
Sure.
I did not interrupt this gentleman because, as I stated earlier in the meeting, we have already established a practice during this public hearing that folks are off topic. And while I have asked people to stay on topic, I would appreciate it if assembly members would help with their questions to keep folks on topic.
Yeah, it's only me
You may
that do it
continue.
to. What was your name again, please? Andrew, I will respond. Let's grab lunch. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you. Ms. Zelatel, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the speaker spoke to indicating a couple of suggested treatments for COVID were discredited, I would like to ask what the speaker's professional qualifications are.
Sir, you need to turn your
Can
microphone
you
on.
turn that on, please?
Oh, I'm a healthcare provider for the federal government and for the Alaska Army National Guard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome, ma'am. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. You'll have 3 minutes. Thanks.
My name is Stacy Maddox.
Madam, bring the
Ma'am, would you
microphone down.
please pull the microphone down so we can hear you?
There you go.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Can you hear me now?
That's
Okay.
good. Thank you.
My name is Stacy Maddox. I live in South Anchorage. I just came to tell y'all how I feel. Don't know if I can follow that up. I'm a proud USAF brat and spouse, and that's the United States Air Force, for those who don't know. Came here when my husband was stationed at J-Bear. I'm also a hospitalist physician at Alaska Native Medical Center. I'm board certified in internal medicine, and I studied microbiology and immunology in graduate school before I went to medical school. I'm only speaking for myself tonight, not on behalf of anyone else. I've been working full-time throughout this pandemic. A lot of hospitalist physicians, we are the folks who take care of the adult hospitalized patients, so I've seen quite a few COVID patients. We are on the very front lines. Many of my colleagues this past year have cut down their time, their hours, have gone to part-time, or have even left hospitalist medicine altogether. And Mayor Bronson, we were all vaccinated back in December and January. That had nothing to do with us leaving. I can't tell you in so many words articulates how horrifying it has been. This has been the worst 18 months of my life caring for COVID patients. And as far as do masks work, well, anecdotally, I can tell you I have been in the room with many, many COVID patients in high-risk situations, and I haven't caught COVID. How has it impacted my family? My daughter just started first grade. She's 6. And she goes to school. She wears a KN95 covered by a cloth mask. She's in one of the immersion programs, and she comes home every day now chattering in her new language. So apparently the mask is not impeding her learning in any way, nor is it impeding the learning of her classmates. She's also been participating in sports while wearing a mask, no problems. But I'll tell you what has traumatized my daughter, and that's been me going to work. I've tried to shield her from the danger that I faced and from the horrific things I've seen, but she's pretty smart, and she worries about me a lot to the point that she actually had to see a therapist because she was so worried about me. I really wished we didn't need a mask mandate here in Anchorage, and I wish people would do the patriotic thing and care for each other, but that's just not happening. And so I do absolutely support this ordinance, and I thank the members who proposed it for thinking of the healthcare providers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Weddleton has a question for you.
Thanks. So I really appreciate it, and I worry about you too, and now your daughter. So there is the big question, are you really overextended, or is it just you're always that way? And we heard someone say, and my understanding is that it usually is cut close on the ICUs and kind of that kind of thing. And but are you just your normal cutting it close, or you're beyond it? And how would we know, besides that you tell me that? Is there some number I could look at that would tell me?
Typically I see 12 to 15 patients per, typically I see 12 to 15 patients per day. Since this most recent surge, we're seeing at minimum 17 patients going into 20, and that doesn't sound like a lot, but that is a lot for a hospitalist. I am unfortunately managing patients on the medical floor that prior to COVID would have been in the ICU, no question, because the ICU is closed. All of the ICUs are closed in Anchorage. I have managed patients that I normally would have on the floor in the emergency department because there were no beds, because they were filled with COVID patients. I had an elderly lady with a fracture that was very painful, who sat in the ED for 3 days, 3 days, in one of those hard beds with no privacy, having to use a bedpan. Yes, we're quite overextended.
Okay, could I follow up on, so we've also heard that kind of the number of elective surgeries done is an indication that you're probably not overloaded, or a hospital is not overloaded. So is that a correct way to see things?
You know, I think when you think about elective surgery, so it may be an outpatient surgery that is not going to require a hospital bed. Those are the surgeries that, from my understanding, I'm not a surgeon, are continuing. So things like full mouth restoration from the dentist, those things are continuing. Things like having a brain tumor removed where the patient will likely go to the ICU afterwards, those things cannot continue.
Okay, so just to clarify, so I see there's certain departments or activities that are really the constraint, and ICUs is one. So a surgery that likely wouldn't use an ICU can be done, but one that likely would, we won't, because ICUs are that critical element that is overextended. Is that fair to? Okay, good. I think that's been a big help.
Thank you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Thank you for all your hard work that you do in the hospitals. I do appreciate it. A couple of things is that Providence Hospital put out a letter saying that they were, and I'm not quoting, I'm giving a little, that they were reducing hours of nurses that were unvaccinated. So instead of just firing them, they're letting them go. It was a 4-page letter that came to us. Are you losing folks that you're working with, that you've experienced, that might be making it more difficult for you to care for your patients?
I don't know any nurses who have not gotten vaccinated, and I know most of the nurses in the hospital. Mm-hmm. They were first in line with me to get the vaccine earlier in the year, and I don't know anyone who's left because of vaccine mandates.
Can I just do a quick follow-up, please, Madam Chair?
Sure, especially if it's on the masking ordinance.
The other thing that, well, just for clarifications, Mr. Weddleton just brought up about elective surgeries, but it is a risk if you have elective surgery that the hospital is doing, is because I know, like when I had ear surgery, I was in and out within a few hours. But it is possible with complications that you do go into the ICU, and this is a risk the hospital is taking. Is that accurate to say?
I can't speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. There you go, pull it down. And if you would state your name for the record and where in Anchorage you live.
My name is Vivian Lonzer. I am 11. My representatives are Rivera and Zaltel. I am against the mask mandate because I go to hip hop, and with a mask on, it is hard to breathe. And it feels like I am circulating my sweat through my lungs. I don't like my mom. I don't like to get dressed. I can dress myself. I don't want to be dressed by the government. I can choose what I want to wear to school. I don't want to wear a mask. And I hope I won't have to.
Thank you. Ms. Allard? If you want to come back up, Ms. Allard has a question for you.
I have a
If you
couple
wanna
of
come
questions
back
for
up.
you. What did you say your first name was?
Vivian,
Vivian. How old are you, Vivian?
11.
And what school do you attend right now?
I'm homeschooled.
Your homeschool. How is you talked about you don't like the mask and you're kind of nervous up there and everything. It bothers you to wear it? Does it bother your friends?
Not a lot of my friends wear it. The only person I can remember that, used to wear a mask is my neighbor. And when I first saw her wear a mask, it kind of freaked me out,
Freaked me out too. My neighbor does too. Freaks me out when I see him out there. I'm not talking about you, John. Thank you so much for coming up here and testifying. Were you in public school at one time and now you're being homeschooled, or?
Only my older two sisters were in private school for about 2 years.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mayor Bronson has a question for you.
Well, Vivian, you're amazing. You did a great job. How old are you? 11?
Yes, 11,
Great, fantastic job. Very good.
soon to be 12.
Okay. Thank you.
And Mr. Weddleton has a question for you too, Vivian.
I guess statements to ask questions. You know, this ordinance as it's presented is kind of mask mandate light, and then there's quite a number of proposed amendments where we would add it and potentially change it. And one, I think at any rate, at the beginning point, and then it's solidified with a possible amendment, would say if you're doing hip hop, you do not have to wear a mask. Would that be helpful?
Well, I'd say for all sports or anything that...
How about all? What if it says all athletic activities? Would that help? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town you live in.
My name is Allison Lonzer, and I am in Midtown, where Zalatel and Rivera are the representatives. I am a homeschool mom of 9 years. Nothing to do with COVID. It was more a personal choice. And that is my primary goal here, is to state my choice and my voice. And I think this is the most important thing that I can teach my daughters, all four of my daughters. I have four of them, 16, 15, 11, and 3, almost 12. I'm going to talk about my passion, and that is homeschooling. And, you know, we spend a lot of time talking about our freedoms, and I am most definitely in the same frame of mind as Mayor Bronson, that this is about personal freedom. I am concerned about COVID. It does make me nervous to be in here without a mask. But the mask is becoming a statement rather than a health thing. So that's why I'm not wearing a mask. This is about choice. This is about my voice. And I feel like if I allow this, and that's another point, if I allow this to happen, then what else am I going to get taken from me? I am a very smart person, and I think there's a lot of smart people in this audience who are able to know where their health is and where their neighbor's health is. Since this has happened, I don't get close to people. I don't hug on people like I used to, and that is really heartbreaking. We need to keep our voice. This is the most important thing about all of this. You all need to know it's a constitutional issue, right? This is our liberty that we're talking about. This is not a mask. I also want to say that there are voices of people that are not here because they are afraid. Okay, so recently I opened up a business. I opened up a curriculum bookstore, Roundabout Books on 76. I'm just getting off the ground, and this is because I have the liberty to do this. I am able to distribute books in this community to the women and the families that need homeschool books. And there have been dozens of times where people have said, this is such a great need, but if we put this mask mandate on our community, what's going to happen? People aren't going to come see me, they're going to stop coming in, or they're going to be afraid to come in. That's the problem, is they're afraid to come in because they don't know if I'm going to require them to wear a mask or not. By the way, I'm not. I stand firm, I will not require it in my business. You can take me to jail. I won't do it.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. You brought up personal freedom, but we hear a counter on that, and people are saying, but that doesn't matter because there's also responsibility. So how do we find that compromise between personal freedom and responsibility?
That's
I don't
really
think it's the
hard.
government's responsibility, but how do you feel?
Yes, I think that there is, there are lanes. There's the government lane, and then there's the doctor lane. I think every person who is concerned about this needs to see their doctor and get the advice of their doctor. Do I need to stop going in public? Do I need to start taking extra supplements? Or maybe there's a preventative measure that I can do before. So that would be my solution, is the public. Maybe there would be clinics that could offer help to those who are concerned about it, and maybe they could figure out a way to make their health better so they can resist it better. Or take advantage of all of these delivery services. Did you know that you can go to Fred Meyer and pick up food for free? You just put in your order. Like, you do not have to go into a business. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and area of town in which you live. Thanks.
My name is Marcela Peña. I live in South Anchorage, and I am here as a result of how Title 11 and COVID-19 restrictions affected my parents and, in effect, me. Title 11 targeted and sabotaged my parents. That compromised their immune system. Title 11 was meant to target taxi driver owners. My father's 8 permits went from a valuation of $1 million plus to $44,000 by the time that my brother and I met after both of my parents died November 8th of last year. My father was in the hospital for 18 days. He'd had a heart attack in March as a result of the Title 11 massive devaluation on his investment of 8 taxi permits. And by October, my father was hospitalized. He was in the hospital for 18 days. My mom had test after test proving that she was not COVID positive. She was willing to go in, of course, with a mask. My mom was denied. My mom committed suicide approximately 20 hours before my father passed away in the hospital. I was on the phone with my father in Portland, Oregon, for the last hour and 10 minutes of his life. I never mentioned church. I never mentioned God. My mom was on the other side, and I focused my father's attention on that. My parents did not have the courage to speak for themselves at recurring assembly meetings that targeted their wealth in 8 taxi permits. And my mom was not able to be by my father's side in his ailing days and his ailing hours. But my brother and I were going to be allowed to be by my father's dead body without any kind of positive or negative test because of circumstance at the hospital. I'm glad that I didn't even take him up on that, and I just spoke with the nurse, told her my predicament, and she suggested I speak to my father in his last hour. I was in Portland for 30 years, and among the most significant things that I did was 10 years after 9/11, I founded Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, and we spoke about the scientific evidence which proves that three towers were brought down on 9/11. I see what is happening with COVID-19 is psychological and economic warfare against the people of the US and the world.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thanks.
I know I didn't write that on my phone, but I have to get to the top. So, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Kelly Toth. I am a constituent of Assemblymember Allard and Ms. Kennedy. Benjamin Franklin once said, "Those who would give up essential liberty to purchase a little safety deserve neither liberty or safety." I do not support this ordinance. I do not want to be here. I have not testified before, but I have to say thank you to Miss Vivian. She's an inspiration. I'm sure I'm here because it's my obligation to be here. I'm a rule follower, and here we are talking about a proposed rule, and I urge you to please vote no. Where is my beloved city of Anchorage? I was born and raised here. I want my city of lights and flowers back. I want us to come together and not to be divided. My grandparents were here in Anchorage before statehood. They spoke openly about working together, about the pioneering spirit of pulling each other out of the ditch in the wintertime. I can only imagine what they would say now. Sorry, can't help you. You're not wearing a mask, or you may not be vaccinated. This is wrong. This ordinance drives a deeper wedge. I have family members who are elderly and will wear a mask, and they are afraid of getting COVID, and they are terrified to go to the hospital now. This is so wrong. Seniors deserve to be comforted and know that they will be cared for. I'd like to see the health department promote some prevention, and I'd like to provide some sort of supplement program or see something. Let's get creative. Let's have dialogue. I acknowledge that COVID exists, and if someone's wearing a mask, I'll give you plenty of room. But while caring for my mother in hospice, I became sick, so I quarantined. I wore a mask religiously. I washed my hands. I gave people social distance. I did everything I thought was correct and then some. Didn't help me. She died on day 8 of my quarantine, and I had to say goodbye on the phone on day 7. I didn't know that she wasn't going to make it the next day. This masking ordinance doesn't make sense. Take a mask on, take it off. You're touching all over the place. Hang it on your rear view mirror, stuff it in your pocket. Wear one while you're standing in a restaurant, but when you sit down, you can take it off. Doesn't exist there. Doesn't make sense. This does not make sense. I'm here because this ordinance if it goes through, I will at least know that I tried. I am not going to tuck tail and run. I was born and raised to be told that if I don't agree with something, I need to be here for the solution. And I think that's why many people are here tonight for that exact reason. So I'm here. All I can say is that Anchorage is an American city. It's the home of the free because of the brave. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Kennedy is in the queue for you, and then Ms. Allard. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, Kelly.
Hi.
I know that in what I believe is still your current job, but at least if it's not your previous job, but anyway, you've had a lot of contact with people, and you hear from people, phone calls, emails. What are people telling you about this mandate, about kind of COVID? Just in general, what kind of things do you hear from your community?
Assemblymember Kennedy, thank you for the question. Thank you for that question because I think it speaks to why I'm here today. Alaska is a small town and everybody knows everybody. And there's a lot of people in my line of work that are telling us to stand up and to speak out and to speak the truth, and they do not want this mask mandate. And for the record, I have many jobs, so I think we're talking about, one in particular.
Okay, great, thank you. And thank you for the answer to that question. And let me just say, I'm sorry about the loss of your mom. So.
Thanks. I really didn't want to get into that, but I think it's part of why I'm here.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Kelly. Actually, Ms. Kennedy asked the question I was going to ask, but I want to expand it. So I know the line of work you're in, and can I just say it? She's a legislative aide, so you have contact with not just folks in Eagle River. You're getting contact from people all over the state, but let's just narrow it down to our municipality. What are they saying? Like more, like within the municipality, besides just stand up, what is their main reason they don't want to wear masks, in your opinion?
I believe that what I've heard quite a bit is the slippery slope, that there's much more to this. It really is not just about the thing you're wearing on your face, and following the Constitution and standing up for their freedoms, and the fact that this is just virtue signaling. That's what I hear from a lot of people. But I will be fair, and I will say that there are people that absolutely believe that the thing on your face is going to protect you. That 100%, if you wear it, you're safe. And I have a family member that believes that too, and you know what? I've read the science too. I've seen a lot, read a lot. It's what we do all day long. But it didn't help my family.
Thank you for your service, Kelly.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matt Sims. I am represented by Pete Peterson and Mr. Dunbar. I just wanted to say, first off, thank you. I wanted to say thank you to the mayor for standing up for what's right and for supporting our community and doing what's right, even in the face of all the trials that you could do. So thank you very much. I'd like to thank the military, the parents who have sent their children to the military, as well as those who have served themselves and sacrificed, both in spirit, also bodies, limbs, etc. Thank you. And also our police officers and first responders. So thank you very much. I also wanted to just say thank you that by God's grace, we don't live in Russia. We don't live in Iran. We don't live in China. We don't live in North Korea. We live in the United States of America, where our freedom was bought over 250-ish years by men and women standing up for what is right. The freedom to do as we wish within bounds. I can't murder. I can't steal. I'm the Richie Cunningham of Anchorage. For those of you who are under 30, look it up. But the only time that I feel that is my responsibility and my duty to fight to the teeth is for stuff like this, where you are assembly members who were elected. Some of you have been doing a great job, some of you not so much, but that's between you and God. But the people that I represent are important to me. My wife is a teacher. She's a mother, a homeschooling parent. I'm a parent of 4 children, 2 serving in the military, 1 in Space Force, and 1 is right now in the Navy basic training in Chicago. I'm not a person who likes to get in your face. Okay, that's not true. I do like to get in people's face, but I'm here to talk about solutions. We have a lot of opportunities in Alaska. We have homeschooling. It's a very strong state for homeschooling. Homeschool your kids. Get them out of the schools where you're being made to wear masks all day long from every classroom back and forth. Support our small businesses, especially those who aren't going to make us wear these stupid masks in the face of fines. We need to stand up for our rights. We need to do what is right. And other solutions would be, if you don't like it, if you don't want to be close to people, move. We live in the biggest state in the country. There's so much open land. Go there. Other solutions. Stephanie Flynn Taylor is running for assembly. Vote for her. She will not take this foolishness. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, sir. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Hello, my name is Lily Schwab, and I'm in South Anchorage. I will not comply with the mask mandate, even if that means to stand alone. At 13 years old, the idea of freedom of what I can and cannot wear on my very own face horrifies me. I have anxiety to think that I have to wear something that covers my face every day and all day. I grew up hearing that pro-choice and pro-life, this mandate confuses me because it's neither pro-life nor pro-choice. To be mandated to wear a mask does not feel like liberty or freedom. I grew up with a dad in the military and traveled all over and have witnessed firsthand and what it looks like to be owned by the government. I never understood how my dad fought for freedoms that he himself was not entitled to. Kids are still getting sick with or without the masks. My school has not required masks, and there has not been a breakout or a lot of absences. I don't want to grow up having to wear a mask. That is a step in a really bad direction. I should not be brainwashed into thinking everything society throws at me or what the government tells me is the only way and not to be allowed to think for myself. Putting on a mask feels like there's little to no more personal interaction with others since we have started masking. I have lost a lot of my skill in speaking and interacting with my peers. I ask you for myself and for my generation that you do not force us to wear masks. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thanks.
My name is Bernadette Wilson. I live in Anchorage. I'd like to start through the chair by stating how awkward it is that Assemblyman Constant can't even get the Pledge of Allegiance right, but you think he can get our health care right? I mean, come on, let's get this straight. I'd like to read this quote, "A mask is a wet, moist environment that's collecting viruses and bacteria. It's not useful to protect you from other people." Quote Dr. Ann Zink, Chief Medical Officer for the state of Alaska. Now let's just clear the air on a few things here right now. You had people stand up here and say, well, we're told that we can't drive while intoxicated. You have to wear a seatbelt. You can't smoke in public. Well, guess what? Wearing a seatbelt does not pose a potential threat to my health. Telling me that I cannot drink and drive does not pose a potential threat to my health. Telling me that I cannot smoke in public does not pose a potential threat to my health. Telling me that I have to wear a mask does pose a potential threat to my health. If you disagree, I suggest you take it up with Dr. Ann Zink. So let's get that straight. Second of all, I'd like to point out how ironic that the member that introduced this, that is trying to convince us that masks work and that's why we need an ordinance, can't show up and sit up on the dais among others that are wearing masks. Now, I understand that some of you on this dais also had an issue with those that brought up certain historical references in relation to COVID. Now, let me ask you this. I'd like an email from 9 of you explaining to me exactly how do you think in history did those leaders get entire militaries to buy into their line of thinking? I just want an explanation, that's all. No link, but I sure would like an explanation from you guys. Now, certain other individuals stood up here and talked about the filibuster going on. I would like to point out to all of you, I've been at these assembly meetings for longer than most of you up on that dais or even paying attention to municipal politics. Dustin Darden, Paul Kendall, they've shown up and testified for years on issues with the same enthusiasm and vigor that they have at these meetings. It is your actions that have created a reaction. They never had to call in the police. I sat here for AO 37. Most of you probably don't remember that. If you did, it's because you read about it. They never got arrested. It is you that is causing this reaction in the public. You want to talk about how divisive this could be? You've already seen it here right now. Now, I will say this to Anchorage residents. They will vote along the lines by who's wearing a mask. You can tell right now how this vote will come down. But remember, it is only 9 of them. Do not let them divide you, Anchorage residents. They cannot do it. Whether you are with the Anchorage Police Department, the fire department, or just a neighbor, do not let them divide you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard has a question. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Ms. Wilson, I have a question for you. Since we're speaking about masks, you are self-employed and you couldn't find anybody to come work for your business. And what you did was you put out another ad. What was the key thing in the ad and what happened with that turnout with your business? Did you ever find employees?
So I quit counting at 150 applications is when I quit counting. The only thing in that ad that changed, same pay, same hours, exact same compensation. What changed was that in the beginning of that ad, I stated that I would not make them wear a mask and that I would not ask for their vaccination status. And suddenly, a whole host of resumes came flooding in on the exact same platforms that I have always advertised on.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, sir. Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Shane Shanker. I'm a lifelong resident of Anchorage, Dunbar, and the ever-unpresent Peterson, I should say, are my representatives. I didn't want to come here, but you know what? COVID happened, and now I feel like I'm mandated to fight for what I believe is right. I would like to speak against the mask mandate as it is before the current assembly. I am done. I am so done with the representatives following along like blind sheep doing whatever the party line is. Just because a bureaucrat in D.C., New York, California say that it is best to mask up does not make it so. Not only do I live in the great state of Alaska because I was born here, but because I've visited the lower 48 and other countries, and I do not want my home to become like the failed states and the countries that I've visited. I will not have a lawyer from New York attempt to tell me how to live my life in Alaska. There is a reason that Mayor Dave Bronson sits in that seat right there. And there is a reason why Meg Zelatel that wrote up this proposal is not sitting in that seat right now, and there's a reason why she's under recall. I have to say, this is really piss-poor leadership, to propose and sponsor an ordinance and then not even have the decency to sit in person and listen to the people you wish to rule over. I expect our assembly to be well informed on the issues they bring to the body. I've witnessed way too many items that seem to be pushed through with little or no public testimony and vote with complete disregard to what you are witness to. No wonder we the people have trust issues with our representative. We think your minds are fully made up before you sit down to listen. I expect you to become further informed by the public when they bring evidence on paper and during testimony. I absolutely expect you to weigh all the evidence and the testimony before you reach a decision. And follow the will of the people, for it is we the people that are your masters, not the other way around. There has been much debate about masks and emergency mandates. There has been countless studies regarding masks. The studies that you base your mandate on are not peer review RCT, which are randomized clinical trials, but rather anecdotal at best. All the RCT-based truly scientific studies that I've seen state that there is virtually no difference between the populations with masks and those without masks when it comes to COVID-19. There is absolutely no correlation between infections and masks. There is no data that indicates when masks are mandated that the infections and hospitalizations go up or down. On the contrary, there are many studies that show without a doubt there is no difference between the two groups from many studies. See the study between Germany and Sweden. The infection graphs are virtually identical over time. The only difference is that Germany had an 80% mask compliance and Sweden had a 9% compliance, and there was no difference between those two countries.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. First, I have a question for you from Mr. Dunbar.
That's all right, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. So if we just took the argument out of the science, whether the science works or not, and whether we want to wear masks or not, are you just flat out opposed to mandates?
I'm pro-freedom.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair?
We have 10 minutes left in this meeting. I am going to make a motion to continue the public hearing on item 14L to a special meeting tomorrow at October 5th at 5 p.m., which will have the effect of ending this meeting and allow the items that the administration has pointed out need to be adopted to be adopted. And so the plan is to move to continue the public hearing on 14L to a special meeting tomorrow, again, so that the agenda items that needed to be passed on the conclusion of this meeting could be concluded.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Hold on, folks.
There's no reason the meeting can't be extended to later, but I've had this motion presented to me and asked to be moved so that we can clear the items on the agenda that have already... Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Dembowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My notes indicate that you handled the time-sensitive items at the meeting on Tuesday originally.
Ms. Dembowski, there's a legal wrinkle there in that until such a time as the meeting is adjourned, those items are all subject to reconsideration and can't in fact take legal effect. We can kind of mess around the edges and kind of imply that they are, but practically speaking, the legal issue is that this meeting needs to conclude in order for those items to take effect.
Yeah, you are right. Sorry, Mr. Constant, I was only half listening.
Yeah, so, and there's no attempt here to do anything but to continue having this public hearing, but there's a matter of business that needs to get taken care of. So that's the motion that's before us.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, thanks. So I just wanted to make sure. So there were a number of things that we did not get to, and those just roll over to what date?
Yes, all those other items that haven't yet been picked up, other than 14L, would be picked up on the 12th of October as in the 13s.
May I continue?
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Weddleton.
If there were some items on there we want to move like a month later, could we do that now, or do we wait till the 12th? What's the...
Yeah, it could in fact happen probably now if there are specific items that you wanted to change before we take this action. So, but we are running out of time. We're down to 8 minutes, so we got to figure all this out.
I guess we could do it on the 12th.
And if I may interject, I would suggest that we go ahead with this motion, and then if someone wants to make a motion to extend, then that will keep the regular meeting going and still enable that opportunity if we're able to do that, to change the public hearing. But right now we want to make sure we have a mechanism to do as the Vice Chair said and break the hearing out from the regular meeting because it's holding up those items that we voted on. And then after this, if perhaps someone makes a motion to extend, then we'll have some time to reschedule or reset any public hearing dates.
Okay, so 14L, if approval of this motion, the Vice Chair's motion, continues the public hearing until tomorrow, but then there is time to deal with these other items. Okay, understood.
Yes, provided, Mr. Weddleton, that after this motion, there is a motion to extend. The motion was moved by the Vice Chair and seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to ask a clarifying question of the mover. So something Mr. Weddleton said was different than what I understood. So you're setting a special meeting, but when all of the items from the previous agenda roll over onto that, so for example, we could, in theory, if we happen to get through this, we could take up those other items that we didn't finish on Tuesday at this special meeting, correct?
Yes, absolutely. A motion to amend could be made to include all of the 14s. I just don't know if there's energy to deal with all of that, and so that's definitely a question before the body. And so, but the question that's properly before us now is, shall we continue this public hearing to tomorrow at a special meeting so that the items that are on this agenda that have already been passed on the consent agenda can in fact take full effect?
I understand that point, but I guess my point is that I think my understanding is if we created that special meeting and continued this public hearing, it wouldn't automatically exclude the other items that were going to come before us, would it?
It would, unless a motion were made to continue those items to this meeting as well.
Okay, so I'm going to make a motion. My first motion is going to be to extend this meeting till midnight.
I would propose that the better thing to do is to finish this vote, continue this item, and then make another motion that says take these items and continue them to the special meeting tomorrow as a separate item after we get a motion to extend, but after we finish this vote. Just to keep it clean.
Fine. All right,
Okay.
I'll withdraw my motion and we'll go
Thank
to
you.
vote.
Mr. Gates, we've got 4 minutes.
I withdraw my request to speak. I think you figured it out.
I'm going to have to take the motion back. It has to be 2 days. Or, Dean, do we need 2 days, or is one sufficient for notice for a special meeting? 24 hours.
The municipal clerk best advised, but it's 24 hours notice, published notice for a special meeting. I think there might be some exception for circumstances, but it's difficult to call
Point of
for
order.
tomorrow.
I'm going to make a motion to extend this meeting to 11 o'clock.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any opposition to extending this meeting to 11?
All right, thank you all.
Okay, seeing no objection, we are extended to 11, and we can go back to the conversation as to whether or not for this public hearing, we can handle it in a special meeting. Did you have the floor, Mr.
Yeah, and so
Constant?
Mr. Gates did say it takes 24 hours of notice, so I'm going to rescind the motion, ask Mr. Presverdia to rescind the motion, and then make the motion to continue this public hearing to Wednesday at 5 p.m. as a special meeting, not to continue. Yeah, actually, to continue the public hearing on item 14L to a special meeting on Wednesday, October 6th at 5 p.m.
Madam Chair, I'm in the queue.
Go ahead, Mr. Dunbar.
So I would like to continue this public hearing tomorrow as well. So is there a way that we could set a special meeting for Wednesday, but also continue this meeting tomorrow? See what I'm saying? Because I understand why technically speaking you want to set that special meeting so that you can have those contracts go into effect. But I think practically speaking we want to continue this tomorrow as well. So I guess my question is for the clerk. Can we effectuate that?
Hey, folks, we're going to take a 5-minute break and get this sorted out. Thanks for your patience. I know it's a lot of procedural stuff. Everybody, we're going to go ahead and get going again. If folks will come to order. I do have 2 members in the queue. We don't have a motion on the floor right now. But let me see if it's a point of information here. Okay. Actually, we have a few members. Ms. Allard, did you have a point of information? We do not have a motion on the floor.
No, yeah, I did. I wanted to know if you could more explain to the public of what we're actually going to be doing.
When we get to the...
Okay, thank you.
Got it. When we get to the motion, we will do that. Thank you. So, Mr. Vice Chair, you ready with the motion?
Yeah.
Go
Yes,
ahead.
Thank you. So, in parliamentary procedure, when a meeting occurs, any item passed at that meeting is subject to reconsideration for the most part, just about any item. What reconsideration means is someone could change their mind and then ask for the vote to be redone within 24 hours of the closing of that meeting. And so legally speaking, items that were passed on Tuesday on the consent agenda can't take effect as law or as authorized contract until such a time as this meeting adjourns, or at least until the item has been what's called reconsidered, and the vote has been no, we will not reconsider that item. And so this might seem just like bureaucratic makework, but it's parliamentary procedure at its core. And so I'm going to make a motion, and it's unusual for us to do several items in one bite, but I'm going to list every item that we're asking to reconsider in one motion and ask for, of course, the body to make a no vote. So the motion is to reconsider the following items. 14J. Or I should restate that it's to reconsider the following items from the September 28th regular meeting. 14J, 10D2, 10D7, 10D8, 10D10, 10D11, 10D12, 10D13, 10E5, and 15A. And I'd ask for a second.
Second.
Would you repeat those? I'm sorry.
Yes. The items are 14J, 10D2, 10D7, 10D8, 10D10, 10D11, 10D12, 10D13, 10E or Echo 5, and then 15A. And I would urge a no vote.
Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would maybe suggest amending the motion. This is a friendly suggestion, but is it possible just to move to reconsider all items on which action was taken previously, so that way we don't inadvertently miss an item? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. The clerk advises that that's not something we can do. Did you have any follow-up?
Nope, that's great then. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll go to Assembly Counsel. Mr. Gates?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with what the Municipal Clerk just advised, not to do this as a group and on identifying which items they are. A motion to reconsider is specific to one vote on one item, typically. And so I just caution before you vote that if there's a yes vote on this motion to reconsider, how many items was it, 6, 7? Then they're all going to be reconsidered. So if any member, I think my advice is if any member sees one item where they do want to reconsider and are not going to do the no vote that's been encouraged, to maybe make a motion to bifurcate out a single item on which you actually want to reconsider, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. So I would suggest if anyone would like to do that, to bifurcate and take out any of these items that they don't want to reconsider, to do that now. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue. Members of Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Just a point, it says 14JJ, is that correct, or is that just a typo? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the question of immediate reconsideration of 14J, 10D2, 10D7, 10D8, 10D10, 10D11, 10D12, 10D13, 10E5, and 15A.
Mr. Peterson, on reconsideration.
No.
Mr. Rivera.
No.
Ms. Zolotel.
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
No.
Madam Chair, point of order, please.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I apologize. I wasn't totally paying attention here. I want to move to bifurcate each one of the items, please, and take individual votes.
Yeah,
we're in the middle of the vote.
Exactly, it's too late.
It just wasn't enough time for me to review each one of them. It moved too quickly for me.
Ms. Allard, would you like to take a few minutes to review the items and perhaps talk with the administration?
No, I'm good.
We can take a 5-minute pause.
Okay, I will.
So you can
Thank
do
you.
that?
Sure.
Thanks.
Mhm.
We'll be back in 5 minutes.
Right, exactly. Right.
And say, feel free to vote no. But
Right.
the vote will be recorded no on all of these items, and that's it.
Right, exactly.
That's it.
Right,
Or yes, it would be yes on all.
right.
That's what I think.
I agree. I agree.
It's still.
Right.
I'll be on the phone.
Okay.
Thank you, Cameron.
Nice mask.
Get started again. If folks could come to order. And we are in the middle of a vote. Ms. Allard, you're good with the time?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. After discussing things with the administration, I'm good, and we can go ahead and take.
Great, thank you. So let's finish the vote. Madam Clerk? The motion to reconsider fails 0 to 11. Okay. Okay, we'll go ahead and resume public testimony, and I just want to let folks know that we have let the students come to the front of the line. It's late. They've got school tomorrow. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live.
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry. I know I'm not the mayor, but I just got a text from the purchasing director, and she asked if you could also reconsider 10D9.
10D9. Okay, we're going to pause on the public testimony to handle this one. Thanks for your patience. Sorry about that.
Can I have the floor?
Go ahead.
Ms. Dabowski, what is that item?
They're apparently sweepers, and apparently, and I think plow equipment, but what I'm hearing is there's a lead time of 45 days.
And winter's here. Thank you. Okay, I would move to reconsider item 10D9.
Second.
Vote, urge a no vote.
Moved and seconded. Seeing no members in the queue. Okay, I just got a note from Mr. Perez-Verdia. He's online, but he can't hear anything.
Madam Chair, this is Austin. I can hear, just FYI.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Seeing no one else in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to immediately reconsider item 10D9 and urge a no vote.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. Zalatel?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
No.
The motion to reconsider fails 0 to 11. We are now back at public testimony. Welcome. And go ahead and make sure the mic is on. Perfect, thanks. And if you could state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
My name is Molly Shield. I live in South Anchorage. A little closer to the mic, please. My name is Molly Shield. I live in South Anchorage. Please don't force me to wear a face mask with this mandate. The last 18 months have been miserable. After lockdowns, I couldn't handle the thought of not being able to go back to school. I miss my friends too much. In April 2020, after 2 weeks to flatten the curve, I could only find one friend who would actually play basketball with me. We played outdoors every day for hours. Slowly as the months passed, more joined us to play basketball. Our team has improved drastically. Lockdowns have let us practice so much more than we would have been able to. My mom said it's a rare benefit of the lockdowns. I go to a private school. They don't require masks. I can see everyone's face and talk to them without having to worry. We don't have tons of kids out sick. If I decide to wear a face mask, I have to wear it the correct way. Mom says when it's not worn correctly, it does more damage than good. If it's under your nose or fiddled with, it gets contaminated. It's gross seeing little kids pick their face masks off the floor to get it back on their nose. Originally, I just wanted to make everyone feel better by wearing the mask for them. I wanted to avoid having to deal with confrontations. I've had strangers yell at me to get a face mask on. They need to be worn correctly. I've had people reach over me to get something off the shelf at a grocery store. My family tries to distance ourselves from others while shopping, but other people in masks don't space out. They ignore the other recommendations. It's crazy. It's a false sense of security. COVID is real, and I want it to go away. But I think there's so much more to be done other than masks. It's hard work to keep yourself healthy and ready to fight diseases. You have to exercise, eat good foods, take vitamins, hydrate with plenty of water, and get enough sleep. You have to wash your hands and stop touching your face. I tried to wear a face mask while playing basketball. For an entire week afterwards, my face was swollen, red, and covered in acne, only where the face mask was on my face. I tried it again, and the same reaction occurred. My mom told me she would find somewhere to play without a mask. I'm so thankful she fought for me. Others might have quit, not me. Our league doesn't mandate masks. It's worth it to drive out of town. None of us are getting sick. Please don't mandate masks. Everyone needs individual considerations. Please don't sacrifice children and teens for adults to just feel better. It's not real, even if they do feel better. Rumors are ASD students are getting extra credit for testifying in favor of masks. I was angry. I was not being bribed for my testimony. I would just wanted to stand up and tell you I don't want masks mandated. There is something wrong when you offer bribes to get citizens to do what you want. Bribing kids is insane. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Hey, Molly, thanks for being up here. I know it's hard. I mean, you guys are young and you're sitting here in front of all of us adults. I guess my question is, I'm upset. And I'm upset because you said you've been getting yelled at. Are these adults that are yelling at you?
Yes.
I'm sorry. And the next time they do that, just do what I do. I turn down my hearing aids, or I just pretend like I have no idea who they're talking to. Just ignore it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and the area of town in which you live. Thank you.
My name is Lucas Shield, and I live in South Anchorage. I am 17 years old, and next April I will be voting in your election. Please vote no on this mask mandate. I'm so thankful that my school lets me attend with the choice to wear one or not. Some kids wear them, and that's okay if that's their choice. Masks don't work unless you are sick or compromised. Even then, they must be worn properly. The public doesn't wear them properly. You must do other things also to keep your immune system healthy. No one's talking about those other things. You can't rely on one visual symbol to save you from COVID. A false sense of security is no security at all. I'm going to give you a quick little history lesson. Nazis in the World War II with the Jews. As everyone complains about this topic because it may offend the Jewish people, why shouldn't we remember that what led to so many Jewish people dying? Their deaths mean nothing if we don't remember the history. Here are some steps that Nazis took. They required certain people to wear a yellow Star of David. Right now, Alyeska Pipeline requires the letter V on employee ID badges if you're vaccinated. If not, you must wear a face mask and test weekly. Nazis had youth camps to educate and indoctrinate teens and children. Our current public school systems are changing the history they teach. Nazis controlled every aspect of the media and information distribution. The media of today is very one-sided and often hides the truth. Nazis offered rewards to allow the citizens to self-police each other. Wow, that's what you want us to do in this mandate you're voting on. Nazis offered teens rewards. The rumor has it is ASD teachers are offering extra credit to students if they testify in support of this mask mandate. I hope that's not true, and I'm not even getting any credit for being here today. Nazis confiscated shops and businesses. This is coming for businesses that don't comply. Fines have already begun. Nazis went door to door offering propaganda. Didn't President Biden say he'd go door to door giving the vaccine? Nazis had them get in line for rations and food stamps, making the people dependent on the government. How many Americans are on unemployment and food stamps right now? They divided the men from the women and families from friends. How much division is all of this causing us? Nazis experimented on them medically. Hello, an experimental vaccine and emergency use of testing methods? Nazis imprisoned them in work camps, had them dig each other's graves, beat them, starved them, shot them, and gassed them. How many of these above history lessons are we seeing repeated today? How many more will we sit back and watch occur? We are becoming the very people that we fought so hard to stop less than a century ago. Erasing history that is terrible to talk about makes us doomed to repeat it. Please vote no on this illusion of safety.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you.
Outstanding.
Please come up to the microphone, or welcome, or bring them. Can it reach? You take it off the podium if needed.
My name is Gabe.
I live in Sand Lake.
I go to a...
Sand Lake.
Shush.
They said you're supposed to say the area of town. Okay, look at me. Look at me.
I'm 8 years old. I live in Sand Lake. I go to a Catholic school, and they require masks, but I hate it. And there's a reason why Dave Bronston's in that seat and Dunbar's not.
Okay.
Shush.
That was his idea to say. Would you like to tell him why you don't like masks?
Shush. Shush. I said shush.
Are you going to talk? Are you going to talk?
Madam Chair.
And there's a reason why Joe Biden president is because Joe Biden people cheated for the election.
Ms. Allard is in the queue with a question.
I do. Gabe, I'm over here. Can I ask you a question? I think Mama's just trying to help you out. I'm over here, Gabe. Can you look this way? Right here.
Yes.
Hello. Can you tell me how come you don't like to wear a mask?
Because some people don't like to wear a mask, and it's not fair to people that do not like to wear a mask.
Well, how come you don't like to wear a mask?
Because masks are pretty dumb and stupid, and Joe Biden wants us to wear a mask.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Go ahead and thank you. If you go ahead and state your name for the record.
I did not tell him what to say? Okay. My name is Anna Elliott. I'm a former development engineer. I was laid off with COVID. I worked on Capark and Prudhoe and Milne Point projects previously. So I'm here on behalf of my son and others like him who are hard of hearing. 1 in 8, according to the National Institute of Health, 1 in 8 Americans aged 12 and older have hearing loss. Hearing loss is initially diagnosed in the hospital when kids are born, right? But if it's not a pure tone test, they could trick the nurses and they have hearing loss and it not be addressed at that time. We believe that's what happened with him. Over the last 18 months, those with hearing loss have put up with their mask mandates, not because they wanted to, but because they had the choice to not divulge their medical information and choose not to. So I'm here because his tolerance after school from having to wear a mask all day means that he's more physical towards me because he doesn't have more brain capacity to keep his hands to himself. And he gets more frustrated. He tells me he feels isolated. He doesn't want people to see his hearing aids, whereas pre-COVID, it was okay for him to do so. The only class I took in law school back when I was in graduate school was a negotiation class. But I am disappointed with the rest of you that actually went to law school and got degrees because I have not seen you all address disability law. So let me remind you or inform you about the Americans with Disability Act. In case you don't remember, in the early 90s, the act was passed. It includes titles 1 to 4 plus other added topics. It prohibits discrimination against people with disabilities by addressing employee accommodations, the government, schools, and businesses, and it requires effective communication. It requires providing effective communication with people who have hearing or vision disabilities, as well as accessible new construction and alternatives.
Title I addresses employment. Title II addresses state and local government activities and public transportation. Title III addresses public accommodation. And both complaints for Title II and Title III, if any of you listening have hearing loss and have been discriminated against, the DOJ can prosecute it for you. Or it could be enforced through private lawsuits. The reason I am telling you this is because I expect more out of you. I expect you to actually follow the law, the federal law in this case, and actually accommodate those people. When you are requiring masks, you are not providing additional accommodations. I've seen this consistently. Back when the interim mayor announced the initial mask mandate in the live feed, I put in the note, hey, you're not addressing the people with hearing loss. The thing about hearing loss is it's not about them wearing the mask that's the issue. It's
Thank you,
being
ma'am.
able to read your lips.
Thank you for your testimony. Ms. Kennedy has a question for you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you please finish what you were getting at with the disability law issues?
I
Thank
believe
you.
this is notice that you're in violation of Title II and Title III if you choose to continue with the mask mandates.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Thank you.
Does that answer? Okay. I could say more, but my time's up.
Mr.
Madam Chair,
Constant, or
thank
Mr.
you.
Vice Chair?
Thank you. So now we're going to proceed back to that item of business that we were started on before we got a little bit confused. And that is, I will make a motion to continue the public hearing on, continue the meeting tomorrow at 5 p.m. and to set a special meeting on Thursday at 5 p.m. if needed. I think I got it. Do I need to do that as well? Okay, so specifically the items to continue into the special meeting, should it be needed, would be items A, B, and L. And I would welcome a second so we can discuss this.
Second for discussion.
Thank you. So we're going to continue till this meeting is done tonight, but the motion will continue the meeting until tomorrow so we can continue with the public hearing, and it requires 24 hours notice to set a special meeting, and so in order for us to get that done properly, we need to have that done now so we can get it on the calendar if we need it. So I would urge a yes vote to this. It doesn't close the meeting now.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I have Ms. Zalatel in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I understood the motion. I would actually, if you could get close to the microphone and repeat it one more time, and then I can ask my clarifying question, please.
Yep, the motion was to continue this meeting to tomorrow, starting at 5 p.m., tomorrow being Tuesday, and then setting a special meeting for Thursday at 5 p.m. if needed to take up, again, items 14L, 14A, and 14B.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Constant. My clarifying question is, why would we set the public meeting, or I'm sorry, the special meeting for Thursday instead of Wednesday?
The plating board, I believe, is meeting here on Wednesday, so this room is occupied by regular business.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Kennedy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was partially answered by Ms. Zalatel asking that question, but why do we need to actually set a special meeting? Could we not, if we're having a continuation meeting tomorrow, could we not, at the end of the meeting, if we needed it, also set a continuation for Thursday? It wouldn't have to be considered a special meeting. So I'm just kind of questioning why we're actually setting or calling for a special meeting and trying to set that. versus just having a continuation meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. One reason to do that is because by delaying the adjournment of this regular meeting we're in, the items that were introduced last Tuesday now get pushed out even further because there isn't enough time for those. I don't even know if we could do a reconsideration, but even if we were to adjourn today, those 14 Gs don't have enough time now for a public hearing to be scheduled in time for this coming Tuesday. So what it's essentially doing is pushing more out. And also, because items 14A and B have already been introduced and are ready to be open for public testimony, and Mr. Weddleton is in the queue and can speak to this. We can't change the public hearing for those. And so this was a request. Actually, I should probably stop, and if you want to hear from Mr. Weddleton, were you going to address that point? Or, okay, if you want to go now.
Oh, thanks. Well, 14A and 14B aren't something that need to be done right away. I mean, they're interesting and possibly useful, but it would be potentially later. And as we get into budget, I want to unclear our decks a little bit. So if we move this forward, we could take care of 14L and then continue that meeting that will only contain 14A and 14B to, I would do it late in November or something, pick some time that's not going to be a budget meeting. So that's my thinking on it.
Did you have any follow-up, Ms. Kennedy?
I'll say no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Mr. Weddleton, did you have anything else? I know you were in the queue before.
I think it was just to address.
Okay. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. A separate question. So 14B is an item in which we haven't had an opportunity to have any kind of work sessions or have a conversation about kind of meaningfully what that means. And I'm wondering if it's proper before we even open the public hearing to refer that one to a committee so that we can have a conversation about kind of what it means and why before we even move into a public hearing. And so, Dean, that's a question I have for you. Is it proper to make a motion to refer an item that we have yet the public hearing? I know we've done it to Planning and Zoning Commission, some other bodies.
Yes, I believe you can actually postpone the public hearing to a certain date and in the interim refer it to a committee.
Okay, thanks everybody for waiting. Mr. Constant, were you last in the queue? No, actually it was Ms. Kennedy. I think we're back to Mr. Weddleton.
Oh, yeah, just briefly on Mr. Constant's point, I think if we were to move this to a special meeting, at that special meeting, continue that to late November, we have plenty of time to do a work session or whatever.
Yep, so you're either psychic or we had a hot mic, because that's the conclusion we just came to.
Thanks.
Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote to continue this meeting until tomorrow at 5 p.m. and also to set a special meeting on Thursday, October 6th. Is that October 6th? 7th. I was thinking it was Tuesday. October 7th at 5 p.m. if needed on 14L, 14A, and 14B. Members may proceed to vote.
Madam Chair, sorry.
Ms. Zalatil?
Thanks. I move to bifurcate the issue between the continued meeting and setting a special meeting, please.
Second.
Go ahead, Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that the Planning Board is on Wednesday. However, I'd like to be able to speak to when we set the continued meeting directly, and I don't want to oppose continuing this hearing to tomorrow. So I would like to take up the continuation first and then the issue of the special meeting. Thank you.
We're going to let the system catch up. Okay. Is there any objection to bifurcating this motion? Okay, seeing no objection, the motion has been bifurcated. The first part of the motion is to continue this meeting until tomorrow at 5 p.m. Is there any further discussion? Members may proceed to vote on the motion to continue the meeting until tomorrow at 5 p.m.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Zalatil?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
And Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
The motion to extend the meeting to tomorrow passes 11-0. Ms. Zalatil, on the second motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks to my colleagues for letting us have this conversation. I'm not going to reiterate all of the points I made previously when we were going to have a delay in continuing with this business. I understand the Planning Board has the chambers for Wednesday. I think we need to figure out a way to continue this conversation very expeditiously. We are still in a COVID crisis, and the urgency has not let up. We did not meet for 3 days, and we are here again, and I just don't think we can afford to take a day off. So I would vote no to continue to Thursday and make a subsequent motion to set the special meeting for Wednesday, and we would have to figure out the logistics. I know that's not easy, and I know that's a burden on Assembly leadership in the clerk's office. And I apologize for that, but I don't think that obstacle should get in our way of moving forward with all due urgency. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatil. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the second part of the bifurcated motion, which is to set a special meeting on Thursday at 5 p.m. if needed for 14L, 14A, and 14B. Actually, before we vote, Mr. Weddleton is in the queue.
No, that's good. I just wanted to clarify that those items were moved on it.
Second.
Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Peterson?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. Solotel?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
That motion passes 7-4. Okay, we're now back on public testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Nilik Trepp. I live out in the valley, but I'm actively involved in the Anchorage community for business, recreation, family, etc. So I choose to speak today because these mandates will affect me. Mandating with the promise that it'll fix the COVID issue is irresponsible. Although theoretically people believe that this should work, it has not worked in practice. According to a survey from the New York Times, 80% of Americans say they wear masks frequently, yet we still see this virus being spread throughout communities. Consistently, we see mask mandates not affecting the infection rate in communities all over the world. Instead, we see the enforcement of these mandates escalating quickly to brutal measures, including physical confrontation and separating families. I've seen images and videos showing Australians being taken down by their police force because they were not complying with their mandates. I saw a mother being arrested in front of her young children for not complying with the mask mandate. I bring this up because we are choosing to speak up before it gets to the point where it is easier to speak up now and to prevent this from happening than yell out the words while I'm being handcuffed in front of my toddler. As many people have said before me, you cannot mandate a virus away. Micromanagement by governing bodies has instead hindered the progress of medical professionals. It has pushed administration at our medical facilities to fire the unvaccinated workers on the front lines. Subsequently, it has forced medical staff to take experimental medicine under the fear of losing their jobs. Consent under coercion is not consent. These workers are already overburdened and work long hours even before COVID. I have many loved ones who are nurses on the front lines of all of this. They consistently come home exhausted from their usual jobs. Now they will be asked to take on even more of a
Point of order.
workload.
I apologize, Madam Chair, but I don't think we've extended past 11 o'clock.
Thank you, Ms. Allard, and it is 11 o'clock, so
I understand it's possible for, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just let her finish and then...
You can finish,
Yeah, I
but
just
we
wanna
are out
make
of
sure.
time. Thank you.
Okay. Now they will be asked to take on even more of a workload due to the administration's reckless act of reducing the medical workforce. Where is the pressure on the administration of these hospitals who are actively compromising the effectiveness of their facilities? Why does this council feel the need to enable this practice by putting the blame on the public and saying it's because we choose to breathe? Again, I repeat myself, you cannot mandate away a virus. A year and a half ago, we quarantined ourselves to flatten the curve and give hospitals time to prepare for the influx of new patients. Now, it's not entirely the hospital's fault for not adding more beds and preparing for more patients. This is where we need to put pressure on our state Congress to remove certificate of need laws. Certificate of need laws require medical facilities to file applications if they want to, for example, add hospital beds or new services. In fact, there are 19 items that are managed by certificate of need laws in Alaska. Each application costs tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars and can take over half a year to be approved. These laws were implemented in the 70s, and many states since then have removed these laws. Removing this micromanagement would allow hospitals to adapt in real time, increase Alaska's medical capacity, reduce medical costs, and all around improve the quality of medical care for Alaskans. I encourage everyone here to email or call the state legislators that represent you to pursue this avenue to help our medical care in Alaska. This action would be significantly more productive than the proposed mask mandate. I encourage the council to not take action for the simple sake of taking action. There are issues that are not your responsibility to solve. As a community, we can address the micromanagement that is hindering our medical professionals and work on removing those chains. Let's focus our energy towards real solutions that have proven to work instead of alienating our neighbor and culturing a petri dish for tyranny.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Constant?
Hi there. I just wanted to let you know that I am in complete agreement with you on the question of the certificate of need. It is a real shame in this state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So our time is up tonight. We are continued to tomorrow at 5 p.m. Thank you.